What's going on, ladies and gents? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Lonnie from FlightSim Gaming. Been a little bit since we've been live, a couple weeks or so. I just want to give you guys a heads up now. Looks like my bit rate is all over the place at the moment with within OBS. My internet's fine at home, so and I'm not dropping any frames, but I can't guarantee you that this is going to be a smooth stream. I'm not sure what's going on. I've done a little bit of troubleshooting and can't seem to figure out an issue. More than likely, it's an issue on YouTube side, if I had to guess. But if you've ever tried to troubleshoot any OBS issues with OBS, you get nowhere with them. So we're gonna kind of wing it here. We're gonna see where the stream takes us. But we're down on the ground in Miami. We're doing kind of a weird flight today. Air France operates, I think, two A320s in the Caribbean, and they operate service from Cayenne, French Guyana, up to Miami, or the last little while they've been flying up to Montreal, Canada. So it's pretty cool to see this. It's like the Caribbean island hopper. They go to the French territories in the Caribbean. So on this flight, we're headed out to Pointe-à-Pitre, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the names, but we're headed to Guadeloupe. We're going to deboard there, and then it's a quick, short flight over to Martinique, and then Martinique over to Cayenne in the French Guyana. So new scenery just came out by SLH Sim Design. Fantastic scenery. Along this journey, we're going to be stopping. I want to say I don't think it's the Guadeloupean scenery. I think it's in Martinique. That scenery is done by Tropical Sim, and they got a Tropical Sim V2 out. And don't condone purchasing any of their products. I'm not going to lie. What's going on, Sam, Tyler? Hello. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I don't condone buying any Tropical Sim products just because, the scenery is not where it needs to be for the price that you're paying. Their scenery is worth like maybe 5 to 8 euros at best. And then they want to charge, once they release a V2 scenery, they want to charge you an additional 12 euros. So you're paying additionally, 30 euro for some Tropical Sim scenery. I've purchased the scenery a little while back. That's why we kind of have it. But yeah, stay away from Tropical Sim. So did you get my screenshot I sent you of my overlay? Yes, Tyler, I did get it. My apologies. Kind of been off the radar the last little while. Kids have been sick. People have been sick at home. My daughter's actually home today. She's been home the last couple days. She's upstairs, stomach bug. I'm not sure what's going on, but she had said, Daddy, you know what? If you want to go flying today, go flying. We got about 6 hours here in this live stream or so we'll see kind of what happens. If I have to run upstairs for whatever reason, I apologize for that, but that's sort of what's on the agenda for today. But yes, like I said, hopefully the stream is smooth for you guys. It looks smooth on my end, just despite the kilobits per second, or the bit rate, whatever you call it. It's showing. It's got like a signal status. It's if you get 4 bars, it's 4 bars green. Mine's showing 1 bar red. I'm not dropping any frames. I don't know if you can watch the stream in 1440p or if it's only in 1080. I do apologize, but let's see what happens. And yeah, let's go for it. So this odd Caribbean island hopper, it's kind of like a milk run, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, Air France has a couple of these A320s. I could have swore they were operating this flight in the A319, but yeah, I don't know where I got that information from. I thought it was the A319, but they're doing it in the A320s. It's pretty cool. We had VATS. We had some controllers online down in Miami. It looks like they've logged off. So we're not gonna have any ATC coming out of here. I hope your daughter gets better. I appreciate you, Tyler. Yeah, she's got the stomach bug. She threw up at school on Tuesday, and then it just kind of led up to that. And then last night, yeah, she threw up the whole living room. So if you got kids, you know what you got to do it when it comes to things like that. They don't want to eat. They're very stubborn when they're sick. I tried to get her to have some chicken noodle soup, but she wasn't up for it. Can't force the kids, right? They'll get over it. They'll get over it. But yeah, just a little bit of a stomach bug, and everybody's been sick lately. I don't know about you guys. Tyler, you're out in Colorado, Sam, you're out in Florida, but up here in Canada, I got sick in December. I was sick, pretty much coughing for about 4 weeks. I'm finally over it, but there's other people that have been catching this flu or bug, so it kind of sucks. It's affected everybody at work. A lot of people are off at work due to the sickness. It's that time of year. And, yeah, you got to just, take it day by day. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, let's jump inside the cockpit. let's, first things first, go up to GSX here. And let's go ahead and request boarding. And let me get some sounds up here. So we had some ATC. We no longer have any ATC. Performance right now is looking a little shaky. 38 FPS. That's not really normal for me down here in BMWorld's Miami. I still have effects from getting COVID from work. Yeah, that's going to linger for a minute. Yeah, very stuttery sim at the moment. Ever since I hooked up GSX. You got a job at McDonald's? Right on, Tyler. You know, McDonald's, believe it or not, it's a minimum wage job. My sister worked at McDonald's. She became a manager. You know, you're gonna learn a lot there, man. You're gonna learn how to, you know, how to be a good employee. They got good programs. They can get you scholarships, that kind of stuff. Performance is not looking that good at the moment. Sport up both pilots. Let's kind of see what happens. I haven't really booted up the sim prior to this. We're looking very stuttery. This might be normal for flying out in these parts. Maybe it's just because we're looking at the terminal. I'm not sure. Flight init. Let's go ahead. Init data request. And today's flight number, we are Air France 617. They don't do direct deposit, sadly. Oh, yeah, that's probably just maybe a policy at your location. But, fuck, I haven't been to the bank in God knows how long, man. Everything is direct deposit nowadays. That's kind of wild. Open aft cargo. Come over to the Fenix tab here. Let's go ahead and import the flight plan. Mass and balance. Let's go ahead and load up this guy. Perfect. Ground services. We'll open up this guy. We'll come back here and we'll send that off momentarily. So we got 148 passengers, 2,220 kilograms of cargo, and close to 10,000 kilograms of fuel. So quite the long haul. I think today's flight time is about 2 hours and 41 minutes. McDonald's is a good starting job. I started working at KFC before I moved on to my current job. Yeah, man. McDonald's is going to teach you a lot, man. They're going to teach you how to be punctual. They're going to teach you how to, you know, speak to customers correctly and deal with customers. Customer service is hard, man. Air France 617. Dealing with customers is hard. I know this firsthand. I deal with customers as a shop foreman on a daily basis. And just don't let them get under your skin, man. Don't take it personally. Yeah, I wish you the best, my man. Let's go ahead and send this off to the McDo. And we're getting some performance back. Perfect. So there's our fuel and stuff. Go over to the flight plan tab here. We're going to be departing off of 08 right. Let me just confirm. Nobody is online. Nobody is online at the moment. So we're going to go 08 right on the Clada 2. It's the BTAC transition. It's the BTAC transition. Go ahead and we'll insert that. And then in Pointe-à-Pitre, we're going to plan the ILS Zulu 1-2 approach. And we are on the Gore 2 Alpha. The Gore 2 Alpha approach coming in. And that should be sort of it. Let's come over to the perf tab here. We're planning 8 right. Currently dry. We'll sync up everything. Flaps config will be optimal. Let's go ahead and calculate. 52, 52, 53 with a flaps 3. Golly, buddy. Golly. Let's go ahead and change that up. Maybe we'll do a flaps 2. We'll do a flaps 2 departure. Send that off. Beautiful. Flaps 2 down 0.0. Flex to temp 64. All of that's looking good. Come over to the secondary flight plan here. We'll copy the active. And then we'll just go ahead and return back to Miami in case of any issues. New destination, Miami. Currently, they are landing. We'll plan for the ILS 09. No star. We'll vector ourselves back. Beautiful. Looking good. Let's go ahead and get all of our stuff on here. Lock up this guy. We don't have... There is no auto ATC, so when I logged on there was some ATC, but nothing at the moment. So we'll squawk 2000. We'll get this guy on, and we'll clean up everything else. So, we have our the altimeter is 3014. And I think we're going to be initial climb up to 5,000 feet. Initial climb up to 5,000. And we'll watch GSX do GSX things. It looks like we've already boarded up all of the baggage. So I can actually go ahead and I got to change, I guess, the load time because it loads up really quick. It's loading up the cargo real fast. It's like my 4th job. How many nautical miles is Miami to Pointe-à-Pitre? It is about 1,217 nautical miles. It's far. It has to be like a 3-hour flight. It's close to it. It's close to it. It's about 2 hours and 41 minutes. That is what is planned. Hopefully it's faster than that. And then, like I said, short flight over to Martinique. Probably going to be maybe at, I don't know, 20,000 feet cruise. And then over to Cayenne. So it's a new scenery done by SLH Sim Design. The airport iCal is Soka, believe it or not. So Soka down in the French Guyana. And very good looking scenery. Been waiting to do this flight for the last little while just because we didn't have a proper Soka airport in the sim yet. There was another developer that was going to do one, but never did. And I think there's a couple different Sokas out at the moment, but obviously SLH Sim Design is the best one. It's the best one, so we're going to stick with that. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Like I said, it's been a little bit since I've been live. We put out a little video about a week ago. I think it was on Monday. We did a flight out in the West Coast up on VATSIM. You can check that out. Spirit Wings from Vegas to San Diego. It was a fun flight. Nice short flight, gotta say. And definitely some good scenery out there as well. Is Canadian Tire good to work at in Canada? I'm not sure. I've never worked there. I lied. I did work there, but as a mechanic. I worked there part-time just before I had my daughter. I was there 2 months. Didn't like it. Didn't like it. Don't like the processes there. It was my first time working in a team environment with a bunch of other technicians, a lot of big egos. Airborne 02, what's going on? In terms of, I guess, working retail, I have no idea. Maybe. Maybe. Do you guys have a Canadian Tire out there in Colorado? I don't think so. I don't think you guys do. I don't think Canadian Tire... I think there's Canadian Tire in the United States. I think it's in the northern states. Alright, I'm trying to remember... How do I get the CTAF frequency? In the United States, you have to use CTAF. Dot CTAF. Okay, yeah. Dot CTAF. 118.3. 118.3. It's been a long time not able to watch your streams as I was busy in some office works. By the way, how are you? I'm good, my man. I haven't even been streaming the last little while. I took a little bit of a break from doing it. But all is well, man. Hope all is well with you. Looks like Soka has like one flight to Europe with Air France with their 777. Yes, they do. They definitely do. Looks like it's starting to rain again. And I'm also using Rex Atmos, ladies and gents. This is not what the simulator looks like. I'm using Rex Atmos. Owls told me to try it out. Gotta say, you know, it's not bad. We come here, we just top 5 sets. I just click the Lupo Enhanced Realism Weather set, and away she goes. And away she goes. Let's go ahead and get that APU bleed on. We'll get those fuel pumps on. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and get the beacon light on, because we are going to be ready for push. Get rid of these guys. And let's go ahead and call up GSX. Let's push the hell back. What's going on, Pavel? Yes, sir. A couple weeks. Couple weeks. At the very least, you know. I think it was a couple weeks. I think we're flying on BeyondATC. I see everybody's flying with the Say Intentions program, too. And I heard something about Say Intentions. You can incorporate VATSIM or something like that. Is that true? Do they have a thing where if there's no controllers online, you stay on with Say Intentions and it just picks up some ATC? I think that's pretty cool. That might be the only reason why I would switch over. Not that I religiously use BeyondATC, but I tried asking, I forget whose chat, I think I was in Captain Canada's chat. I was asking about Say Intentions was in there. I was asking if there was any live traffic injection. Never got a response. I was recovering dead bodies from a coal mine here in Assam. 9 miners are dead while digging coal as water filled up the mine quickly. Oh, that's terrible news to hear, man. Terrible news. This is the Fenix A320, yes. That is terrible news, man. Did Boris not send you his 737 sound pack to preview? No, sir. No, sir. We're not there yet. Sam, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Maybe, I don't know. I think to really get your name really out there on YouTube or in the Flight Sim community from all of these developers, you got to have a pretty big name. You know, if I put the work in, it's all up to you. You know what I mean? If I put the work in, I'm sure we could probably get there. It's been a little bit tough. You know, it's a tough journey for me to get the streams out and put out the content. It's all about exposure, man. Once you get the exposure, that's really it. So I'm gonna go push right back. We're at Juliet 2, by the way. That's where the real-world aircraft last boarded from. One day, it's definitely in my future plans. Let's go ahead and start up engine number 2.
I'm in traffic, German Cargo 531, departing 8 left. I'm in.
Did I start up the wrong engine? Nope. Just didn't see it spinning. But I gotta say though, Boris is doing a hell of a job, man. I think, you know, what he's doing is what the community needs. I feel like rather than developing his own sound packs, maybe that's where he'll make his most money. I think he should be like developers should be partnering up with Boris. There's no question you need to have Boris in your products. There's absolutely no question. Is the Fenix aircraft worth it? Absolutely. It's the best aircraft in the sim, in my opinion. Let's go ahead, engine number 1. Best aircraft in the sim. Super high fidelity. It's got failures. It feels great. They've created their own ground physics. The texturing is phenomenal. Listen to the sounds. Listen to these sounds. These sounds are homemade Fenix. I started liking Airbus more recently. They're easy to fly. I am from disaster management, and we are the responders, so pretty bad news. 4 bodies were recovered, but 5 are yet to be retrieved. Be very careful, Airborne, and thank you for what you do, man. Not a lot of people can say that they go out there and recover dead bodies. I'm not when it comes to funerals and stuff, I can't really even look at it. Actually, speaking about that, my best friend passed away on December 26th. Somebody I've known for 30 years. Don't know what happened, but we recently had his funeral. Another reason why I kind of haven't really been streaming. Haven't really told anybody that, but APU bleed coming off, master switch coming off, those lights over to taxi. Yeah, he don't know what happened. We won't know. My guess, probably drugs and alcohol would be my guess. Very sad. Yeah. Rest in peace, Bruce. Let's go ahead. We'll run up this guy, and let me just confirm. This guy's off, and flight controls, I think we're down 0.0. So we'll keep it where it is. Flaps 2, yes, flaps 2 for takeoff today. Flaps 2 for takeoff today. Appreciate you, Pavel. Park and brake coming off, and let's get cracking, friends. So we got no traffic around us. The nice little thing about Navigraph, now you can incorporate some of the live ATC that's online, and you can actually see traffic on the map moving, which is pretty cool. I remember him from the X-Plane days. He made sound packs for the Tolos A320. It's nice to see that he has not lost his talent. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. By the way, this scenery is very heavy on performance. Very heavy on performance. BMWorld and AmSim. You cannot purchase their scenery. I lied. You can. You can buy their scenery. I've seen it in the marketplace. I know a lot of people are kind of protesting BMWorld and AmSim at the moment because of their recent allegations. But you are innocent until proven guilty. How much is the Fenix A320? Too lazy to check it out. I think it's €49.99. Something like that. But that, I gotta say that PMDG 737 needed Boris to finish the nice little touches left within the aircraft, you know? So we're gonna go holding short Quebec. We'll take Quebec all the way up. We'll spot 25. BMWorld and AmSim, so there were some allegations in regards to them stealing, and to be honest, if you guys, if I'm saying it incorrectly, I do apologize. From what I remember, they were stealing scenery or something like that, and making it their own. And Verticals, was it Vertical Sim? Another big developer released a statement in regards to it. So that they were stealing sim. I can't remember if it was Vertical Sim or if it was Flight Beam, one of the two. And all of the sellers, the marketplace sellers, so Any Builds, Orbex, Sim Market, they all removed their scenery from their websites just until they kind of figure out what's going on. But you can still purchase it in the marketplace. Really unfortunate because their scenery is not bad. PMDG is really out of touch with the community. Sometimes I love their product because their sounds could use some serious work. That's really it, man. Their sounds and their ground handling have some troubles. Other than that, you know, I don't know who does their sounds, but it's not that good. Guys, give me 1 second. Vertical Sim needs to make a better Miami. One of them's doing Fort Lauderdale. Is it it's Vertical Sim or it's Flightbeam? I don't remember who. I want to say it's Vertical Sim. They're doing a Fort Lauderdale, which we need. And I think this is Quebec here. Or we're on Quebec now, actually. Now, if BMWorld and AmSim are stealing scenery, I wonder whose scenery this was supposed to be. You know? Chad, is just me, or when I go to 1440, the stream gets franny like 10 FPS? It might. It might. So I'm having bitrate issues at the moment. I'm not dropping any frames, though. The Latin VFR Fort Lauderdale is not that bad. It needs work, though. It's... that one runway that has the upslope looks like shit to me. Give me 1 sec. No, YouTube's looking good on my end. Who made Colorado Springs? I'm not sure. I want to say Tropical Sim. I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. But the Latin VFR Fort Lauderdale is really all that we have for Fort Lauderdale at the moment. You're right, it's not bad. It's heavy on performance, and they got to fix that taxiway. That's the only thing that pisses me off. BMWorld made KCOS? Got you. I didn't even know that. So it looks like we got one aircraft on the ground. They're at one of the gates there. Looks like one of the American gates. Quite the long taxi here. They are Air France Parks at Concourse J. After departure, I'm going to go upstairs and just double check my daughter. What's going on, A10 Aviation? Appreciate you tuning in, my man. No, somehow the frame glitch slows down the video, but the sound keeps going fast. That could be on your end, Pavel. I got it up on my end here. Everything seems to be working fine. If you have to, I guess go to 1080p. I saw the A340. Very cool, man. It's really coming down to Miami today. It is. It definitely is. We should be having some clear weather, though, coming into Guadalupe and Martinique, and even in French Guiana. Should be relatively nice. I feel like every time I fly out here in Miami, too, it's always raining. Every time. Love the new Denver scenery. Which one? Which one? There's a new scenery? I didn't know about that. We're going to line up 08 right for departure. Florida is just like that. It rains for like an hour and then sunny and then nice again. I noticed that about Miami. Miami was like that. Miami, when it was raining, we would drive across the Everglades to Naples, where it was sunny. Crazy. Miami traffic, Air France 617, lining up runway 08 right. Strobe lights coming on, wing lights coming on. We'll get this guy on. Just was the title. What do you mean a European flight in the Caribbean? So Air France operates some short haul ops from between Miami and Cayenne, French Guyana. They do little island hops. There's a couple French territories in the Caribbean, Guadeloupe and Martinique, that they go to. And they also operate this flight, but to Montreal, Canada, not to Miami. The winds are variable at 4. We'll line ourselves up here. I wonder how they got an A320 down from Charles de Gaulle. Pointe-à-Pitre. They must have gone via Azores Islands. No, so they actually just sent off another. They just sent off another A320 to Cayenne, and I was tracking the aircraft and where it comes in from. It comes in across Canada, it goes over to Gander, and then comes on down. That's how they get it over. All right, landing lights going on. Nose lights over to takeoff. Let's get it, friends. Parker brake coming off. Yeah, they come in through Iceland, Green. I think they go Reykjavik to Gander or something like that. Man Flag 64, SRS, runway auto blue. What's going on, Mickey D Mike? Hope all is well, my man. It's pitch down here. Look at the weather. Golly. $80 knots. We're neutral. Winds are variable at 4, so nothing too crazy. And V1 and rotate. And positive rate of climb. Gear going up. We'll follow those flight directors. And we'll start that turn. We'll go flaps 1. Throttles over to climb. Follow those flight directors. I forget where we're cruising up to today. I think it's like 30 something feet. I think 32,000. Let's go ahead. Flaps clean. Ground spoilers disarmed. Turn this guy off. This guy off. And let me just confirm something here. Oh shit. 37,000. Bugging in 37,000. Going over to Unicom. What's going on, SimCFI? Not too much, buddy, not too much. We're still hand flying this this bird. I don't like the screen brightness, how it changes like that coming through the clouds. I hate that. Let's go ahead and start that left turn. Good shit, good shit. And we're pretty much going to maintain this heading for the rest of the flight. Let's go ahead. Autopilot coming on. Let's get everybody back up top here. Not too shabby, ladies and gents. We might get a light dusting of snow here in Florida with this recent cold blast. Really? I mean, I guess maybe in Jacksonville. You guys can have all of it. Give us let the weather switch it up. You know, give us that tropical climate weather up here. SimCFI, I know he can understand and vouch for this, and you guys can have all of our cold. You know, take all of it. We don't want any of it. Give us the we'll take the palm trees too. You know, what happens in the cloud? I noticed the screen just like it gets very bright. Landing lights coming off, wing lights coming off. I noticed it in this aircraft. That's just me complaining. Beauty. Fantastic. We're on Unicom now. I'm just going to quickly run upstairs just to check on my daughter. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just had to check on the little girl there. I think we're through 16,000 feet, so we don't need to worry about transalt yet. Beauty. Holy fuck, the hair. Get some tunes on. I don't know what to play. I don't know what's new in Epidemic Sounds at the moment. But I guess we'll play this stuff. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Been a minute since we've been live. Just want to thank everybody. Obviously, SimCFI, Mickey Mike in the chat. Some of the big time guys. Go ahead and check out their channel. SimCFI. He is he's an RJ pilot, CRJ pilot. So he puts out wonderful videos on how to fly that thing. My girlfriend wants to drive to Nashville, Tennessee this coming summer. It's like a 9-hour, 25-minute drive. Hey, you could get that done in an afternoon, man. That's nothing. Not looking forward to that? Standard pressure is set. Yeah, I love driving. I'll drive anywhere. We're actually, me and a couple of my buddies, we're heading down to Watkins Glen this June. I'm into racing. I love F1. I love the, you know, obviously next weekend. I think it's next weekend is the Daytona 24-hour. Sam, you probably know about that. I'm into the IMSA racing as well as F1. A little bit of NASCAR, not too much, you know. But down in Watkins Glen, they're doing a 6 hours of Watkins Glen in June. So we're headed out there. That's probably going to be the highlight of my summer, you know. Not really planning for an ultra super long vacay this year, to be honest with you. Just gonna probably be working, putting the kids through sports. What's ARPC for? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. ARPC? I have no idea what that means. Good stuff, ladies and gents. Good stuff. Very, very, very crappy weather out here in these parts. Gotta say. Gotta say. Clouds don't look too bad, though. I'm using Rex Atmos. Rex Atmos is a paid add-on for like weather and atmosphere-looking stuff. It's like, I think, €12. Highly recommend it. It definitely changes when you're flying in like storms, like rainstorms and snowstorms. It changes how the sim looks. For the better. Not for the worse, for the better. Like, I don't think you get any of this with the regular weather stuff from Microsoft Flight Sim. It's gonna be a pretty fun day. We're doing 3 total legs today. Looks like there's a lot of pilots flying in the Caribbean at the moment, but yes, we're doing 3 legs. Our first stop, Pointe-à-Pitre, Guadeloupe. And then we're going to be flying from there over to... I don't even know how to pronounce the name of the airport. I think it's Aimé Césaire International Airport in Martinique. And then it's going to be, I think it's a 2-hour flight over to Cayenne. Cayenne. Should be fun. Pretty cool flight. Like I said, you can operate this. You could fly a short haul Air France A320 in the Caribbean, which is pretty cool. How cold is it in Toronto right now? Does Toronto does not get as cold as inland Ontario? You mean like northern Ontario? No, Toronto won't get as cold as northern Ontario. Right now it's showing -2 where I'm at. I'm just outside of Toronto. Sorry, it's showing +1. It's actually going to warm up this week, and then it's going to get down to a high of a beautiful minus 13 degrees Celsius. So it gets cold. We got some snow. It snowed, I think, Wednesday. You know, we haven't gotten a lot of snow, so we're not getting, you know, the feet of snow anymore out here. That's global warming is in full effect. We're getting up in the snow belt. So if you go maybe about an hour north of Toronto into Barrie, Ontario, they're in the snow belt. They'll see a lot of snow, but Toronto doesn't see it. The GTA doesn't really see a lot of snow like it did maybe 20 years ago. I remember, I think it was in 1999, maybe 98, the mayor of Toronto had to call in the army to remove the snow. That's how much snow we had. But yeah, nothing like that here anymore. It still gets cold though. It's not as cold, you know, in November and December. I find it's been very mild maybe the last 5 years. February is our coldest month. It's going to be like minus 20. Up until like, I don't know, middle of March. Go to Yellowknife, Canada? I'd love to. One day. One day. That would be pretty cool. They fly RJs up there too. I think Jazz operates some RJs into Yellowknife from, I think, Vancouver and Edmonton. We've done a couple flights in the sim. Yeah, real life would be cool. It's very expensive to go up there. For that kind of money, I could take half my family to the Caribbean. We get mostly freezing rain here in Florida. Very rarely get snow that sticks on the ground. Yeah. And you guys, like, what kind of plans do you guys have up there when it snows? Do you guys have, like, salters and stuff? Do you have, like, snow plows? Not that you guys have a lot of snow, but I know with the freezing rain, you got, like, I know in Florida you guys don't know what winter tires are. Here we got winter tires. We put them on in November. They did ice road truckers there? Yes, they did. Yeah. But I got a buddy that used to work at the dealership. He was from San Antonio, Texas. I think he was born in Maryland, but at a very young age moved to San Antonio and lived there pretty much his whole entire life. And he came up here with his wife and his kids to, I guess, have a better life. This was during Trump's first term. And he's like, what the fuck is a winter tire? It's funny. And they don't sling tires out there in San Antonio like we sling tires here in Canada, man. We got tire season. We call it in the shop tire season. So every April and November, we're just slinging tires like crazy. But it must suck, Sam. When it freezes out there, you guys don't have any salters out there salting anything. So, God forbid, you need to go somewhere and you hit some ice. That would suck. That would suck. We're coming into the Bahamas. You can see the water's it's turned into that turquoise color. I don't know what the fuck we're listening to. Yeah, I was looking at flights up to Yellowknife. It was like... This was a while ago, maybe a couple of years ago. Probably like $2,500 to fly up there. Snow in Florida, very Floridian. Yeah, I guess, you know, with global warming, snow's kind of going in places where it never used to go. I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, California, LA had, or Malibu had some snow. Gets pretty rough here when it gets icy. Here, most of the houses here do not have heat. We have space heater for our house, luckily. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I guess they don't build any homes up there with heat, considering it's Florida, you know. But I'm sure there's AC in a lot of them. Just passing 32,000 feet. Still got another 5,000 to go here. It's going to be a long one, ladies and gents. So be patient. Be patient. It's going to be, like I said, it's close to 3-hour flight over to Guadalupe, and then everything else is shorter from there. Oh, how I wish I was living in Florida. With that beautiful warm weather. So, anybody watch football here? Got a big game on Sunday. I think it's Sunday. The Bills and the Ravens. That doesn't get any bigger than that. .6:30 in Buffalo too. I hope it fucking snows. I don't know what the fuck we're listening to. Let me find some good shit here. Yeah, Josh Allen has everything to lose. You know what I mean? He can't lose on Sunday. Can't lose. It's going to be a tough game. It's the only game I'm going to watch. Not going to watch any other game. I don't care about any other game. I care about the Bills making the Super Bowl. It's going to be a crazy fucking game. Obviously, the Chiefs are going to win that one. Sorry, I'm Pat Mahomes in the playoffs. You can't go against him. Can't go against him. Unless you're Josh Allen. And I'm rooting for Buffalo to go all the way. I'm thinking it's going to be a Buffalo-Detroit Super Bowl. If anything, it's going to be Kansas. Maybe Kansas-Detroit. Do I have an outside view? Nay. Ooh. Some land down there. One of my coworkers is from Buffalo. Man, I went gone to many Bills games. Those guys are fucking crazy out there. Crazy. I've never been to a Bills game in like September, October. It's like the end of November. Buffalo already has 10 feet of fucking snow. You know, and they're out there painted fucking blue, shirts off, fucking bellies out, and they're just, oh man, there's nothing like a fucking Bills Mafia, baby. Telling you. Nothing like it. I've only been to a Bills game. Yeah, Bills game is the only one I've ever been to. I've been to an Argos game, but what the fuck does Toronto Argonauts know about football? You know, what does Canada know about football? I'm sure there's some politics, Tyler. I'm sure there's some politics in professional sports. You know, I don't know. I know in soccer there is. It's very, very corrupt. But they're going for 3 straight Super Bowl wins, man. That's gonna be. They're gonna be in a. If they win that, they're gonna be in their own sort of league. Yeah, people from upstate New York too. Because you got people from upstate New York, and then you got people from, like, from the burbs, you know what I mean? From the city. I don't know. I don't really fuck with people from, like, Manhattan, Brooklyn. They're different. Love the city. Not a clean city. But I love the city. Been there a few times. But Buffalo, I'm telling you, them... You know, when you go to a Bills game, and it's probably the same for other, you know, football teams as well, but when you go to the Bills game, there's this road that you got to go down that the stadium's on. I don't know the name of the street, I apologize, but there's no parking. And you can walk like 2 miles down this fucking road, and every single house is doing a tailgate party. Every single house. They're cooking up some barbecue, there's beers, they're all drunk, they're all trying to get you to come over. That's I don't know if you consider that tailgating. And then once you get to the stadium grounds, in the parking lot, everybody's tailgating there too. It's fucking insane. It's going to snow. It's going to snow Saturday in Buffalo. Okay, so it's gonna be a pretty shitty Sunday late afternoon. Then that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If it snows, Buffalo for sure is gonna win that game, without a doubt. Gonna run upstairs, grab a quick beverage. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. By the way, for those of you that are tuned in to the chat, how's the stream going? Is it lagging? Is the audio cutting out? No idea, Sam. Could have swore it was supposed to happen before 2024 came out. I don't even know if it's even coming out for 2020 anymore. It's probably only coming out for 2024. But no idea, man. No idea. Disappointing that it hasn't come out yet, though. I bought some great scenery to fly out there, too. In hopes of a good Brazilian update, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell is going on with the Sobo at the moment. I don't even think we're going to get a chance to play 2024 this year. Is getting paid bi-weekly good? Yeah. I think that's how normal, like most people get paid bi-weekly. I get paid semi-monthly, so I only get paid on the 15th or the 30th of every month. Sometimes you can get paid 3 times in 1 month, depending on, I guess, the week that you get paid. I think you're gonna have 1 month in the year where you get that. I think they're in panic mode because of how bad the launch went. Yeah, probably. But hey, I mean, at the end of the day, they gotta fix it, right? I'd rather wait for a working 2024 than a Brazilian update. And I see some streamers still flying in 2024, you know. A330 driver, he's flying in 2024. Pretty much with no issues. You know, he's got some aircraft issues, but I get performance problems. I can't even fly in it. What job do you work at? I'm a shop foreman for a Honda dealership. I'm a mechanic. Or automotive service technician. Never really had a retail job. We have a co-op program in high school where I think grade 11 and 12 you have the opportunity to try out different jobs, different careers, and I chose automotive. I've always wanted to be a mechanic since I was a little kid, and pretty much since then I've been doing it. You know, there was about 10 months in 2023. No, it was between 2012 and 2013. Did I say 2023 now? Between 2012 and 2013, I left the trade. I broke my hand. The old owner of that shop didn't like me, was going to fire me, so I just quit. And I went to go work as a security guard and kind of moved my way up the ranks pretty quick doing that. That was a pretty cool job. That was like my first real job. Because I think working as a technician, it's a real job, but it's not like retail or flipping burgers and things like that. A little different for you guys though in the United States, Tyler. You guys can grab ASE certs, ASE certifications. I think you guys have apprenticeships out there as well. I have a license here in Ontario. You gotta get a license and you're specialized in pretty much everything. You should go get it, man. You should go get it. It's always good to know how to I guess change a tire and do basic maintenance on cars. It's alright. Pays the bills, you know. Fortunately, I got a good paying job. You know, there's some people, you know, that work the same job field as me that barely scrape it by, but, you know, that all has to do with skill. Skill and the drive to work, you know what I mean? Now, I will say, Tyler, the technicians down in the United States are a hell of a lot smarter than the technicians up here, man. I've done a lot of training in the US as well. I used to be an ASE Master Elite Tech. Didn't really... Here in Canada, ASE certs aren't really required. From my understanding, there was only a couple manufacturers that required it. Jag and Land Rover, if I'm not mistaken, at one time required it. But being at a private shop, we had to source out all of our own training. You know, when you work at a dealership, you go to dealer-specific manufacturer training, and it's paid for and it's free. When you're in a private shop and you want to learn new technology coming out, you have to sign yourself up for courses. And some of those I did in the United States. And a lot of the techs that were at those seminars, fucking smart. In Canada, 80% of your tuition is paid for by the government. It's pretty good. There's a shortage of mechanics up here, so they're really pushing apprenticeship programs. In the US, I don't know. I have no idea. US is a little bit different when it comes to education and all that kind of stuff. But here, the government pays for about 80% of your tuition. At the time that I was going, we're 2025, so 2011, I think. 2010. Can't remember when I went to school. I think it was 2010. It was like $500. To get ASE cert is expensive because each course was like, I don't know, a couple $100 USD. And you have to renew the certification every 3 or 5 years, depending on what you're certified in. And there's, I don't know, 8 or 10 different courses. I haven't gone for certification probably since like 2016. It's been that long. You don't really need it here. Here we have a license, so we have to renew our trade license every year. It's yearly. It's pretty cheap, cheaper than ASE, hella cheap. You would love to work at Ford? Maybe you should reconsider, man. It's never too late. If you still live at home and you're able to go to school, you know, if you don't have a lot of responsibility, then I would say go for it. Go be any... Actually, you know what? A mechanic, I would say don't be a mechanic. Because you have better trades out there that pay better. Right? Sam's a plumber. Sam will tell you. Right, Sam, you're a plumber or are you an electrician? He's one of the better trades. And every trade has their pros and cons, but the automotive trade, you're working for a brand, and a lot of the stuff's under warranty, man, and the manufacturer doesn't want to pay techs to do their bullshit. They cut labor times down. Dealerships don't want to pay technicians to do, you know, certain jobs. It's good to know how to work on cars, but if I were to pick a different trade, I would have been a plumber or an electrician. I went to a VOC Tech College here in Florida to get my plumbing cert to be able to apply it on the job that I work at now. Yeah, so there, you guys have MIVO Tech. You guys have different apprenticeship schools. There was one that we used to do training in. I can't remember what the name of it was called. Might have been like Wyotech or something. I don't know. There's a lot of apprenticeship schools in the United States that offer programs to do these things. But automotive is, unless you really have a passion for it, man, I mean, for most it's very tough to make money. What's going on, Ivan? I'm very fortunate I became a foreman. That even that doesn't really happen. A lot of different trades you can do. You can do like HVAC, just like heating and AC stuff, plumbing, diesel techs. If you want to go into the automotive industry, diesel technician is where the fucking money's at. It's a lot of dirty work. It's hard labor, but it's big money. Even here in Canada, it's big money. Not a lot of techs are doing the truck trade anymore. Just so you guys are aware, 775 miles till top of descent. 1950 will start it. Another 2.5 hours. Wait, 1.5 hours. We've already been. We haven't been there. Oh, I didn't hit the chrono button. Fuck. We left the gate 51 minutes ago. The difference between a home plumber and a commercial plumber is mainly the pay difference. Commercial plumbing pays more due to the high cert needed to do that job. Got you. And that's where you want to be, man. You want to be in the unions. You want to be getting paid properly, you know. The industry here in Canada, I mean, it's different depending on where you live. I know in Alberta, the tech salaries are a lot higher. But in Ontario, you know, $30 an hour to be a mechanic was a thing 25 years ago, right? It's still $30 an hour, despite inflation and all that extra bullshit. Techs, I think a tech out of school, freshly out of school, should start at $35 an hour. All right, master techs, foremen should be upwards in the 50, maybe high 40s. But yeah, $30 an hour in the automotive industry was something 25 years ago. The cost of living was significantly cheaper. You can make 150 grand a year as a mechanic 25 years ago, and that's how much a fucking house was. You know what I mean? You know, I make $125,000 CAD now, and a house is 1.2 million. How does that make sense? But what can you do? For all my American boys in the chat, y'all got Mr. Donnie Trump. His inauguration, I think, is on Monday. I don't really talk politics on the channel, but what's the word on the street? Is Alberta cheaper to live than Ontario? Yes, absolutely it is. Absolutely. Even the income tax is cheaper there, too. And the rates are significantly higher. You could work at Tim Hortons here in Ontario for $15 an hour making coffee. You could be up there for like $22, $25 an hour making coffee. And it's cheaper, less income tax. The problem up there is there's nothing out there. You got your big cities, you got Alberta, or sorry, you got Calgary, you got Edmonton, but there's nothing else out there. You know, so what else do? You're just working. And if you work in the oil rigs, you're making big fucking money. Big money. The most expensive provinces here in Canada is, I think BC's the most, I think Vancouver is the most expensive city to live in, and then Toronto. You hate Donnie Trump? Everybody has their opinions, you know. Everybody has their opinions. Nothing much for me to say. I don't live in the United States, but I'm wishing you guys the best, man. We ain't doing much up here in Canada. Our fucking prime minister just stepped down, you know, last week or something. So tough situation with politics right now up here in North America. United States, you guys got Donald Trump becoming the, I don't know, what is it, the 47th president of the United States? And then we have no idea who's going to be our prime minister. Our country is, I think, in bigger shambles than your country at the moment. But, hey, let's see what Donnie Trump does, man. Let's see. Hopefully he can live up to the promises of rebuilding that economy out there. You guys need it. You know. You guys need it. I want to see him do that. I want that economy to come back strong. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the Russia-Ukraine war. There's already a ceasefire in Gaza, I think. Was it in Gaza? I think it was in Gaza. Curious to see what happens with Russia-Ukraine. He did say day one in office he'd have that war stopped. So, see what happens with that. But most importantly, I hope the American economy goes back to where it once was, man. And then hopefully us up here, your little bros up in Canada, can sort of, you know, learn from that. Because, you know, with Justin Trudeau, I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing. I don't know. I've never voted in my life. I'm going to be 33 years old in August. I've never voted. I think in this coming election, I'm going to vote for Pierre Poilievre, whatever the fuck his name is. And, yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Just gonna hop off cam for a bit. I'll still be here. Not going anywhere. Is the NDP party like the Republican part of Canada? I think it is. I think it is. They definitely relate. No, sorry, not NDP. No. The Conservative Party is like the Republicans, from my understanding. The Conservatives. The NDP is Jagmeet Singh, I think. It's the Orange Party. The Conservatives are the Blue Party. Liberals are red. But they kind of compare Pierre Poilievre. He's the leader of the Conservative Party. They compare him to Trump. I don't know why. They're two different fucking people, but I gotta say, in some of the interviews with Pierre, some of his comments and his answers are just something out of Trump's book, you know? Straight to the point. Zero fucks given. Donnie Trump drinks a lot of Diet Coke, yeah. I was watching a podcast and I think it was who's talking about him and his Diet Coke? I know it was Kid Rock and the golfer. What the fuck's his name? John Daly. They were talking about Donald Trump loves his Diet Cokes. Yeah, and all that McDonald's too. Diet Coke and McDonald's, apparently that's his diet. But hey, I know people that smoke and drink like a fucking fish and they live till they're like 90 plus. So. Yeah, some people's bodies can just absorb that shit much better. Even though I did vote for Trump, I would never force my political views on anyone if they do not want to talk about it. I drop it there. Absolutely, that's very respectable. You know what? I would have voted for Trump as well. Just to put that out there, I would have voted Trump. I don't think Kamala would have done much, you know. But yeah, that's just my take on it. There's a lot of pros and cons when it comes to politics. I feel like with Donald Trump, he'll put the hammer down on everything. You know what I mean? And you need a politician that's for their country. You know, Tyler, trust me, it ain't much better up here, my man. It ain't much better up here. Another thing too Canada's doing is they're stopping like any type of immigration. So if you've been living here and you have family back home, your mother, your father, your siblings, whoever, you can no longer apply to get them here. They're tightening that up here as well. But you definitely need, as ignorant as it sounds, you need a little bit of Donald Trump in this world. You need him to sort of dictate how things, and I hate to use that word dictate, because I don't think he's a dictator at all. But you need somebody like him in that position to sort of control a lot of bad things that are happening around the world. Him being president of the United States is going to affect the whole world. That's how much of a big impact he has. But like I said before, most importantly, I just hope that the U.S. economy comes back from where it was. Joe Biden was not fucking president that you guys needed, you know? Sorry, man. He was great. He was a great politician. I've watched videos on Joe Biden back in his younger day. I think wasn't he the governor of like Delaware or something like that? But back in his younger days, even when he was a VP under Obama, the guy was sharp as nails. The worst city in Canada for like crime and social issues is probably Toronto. I would say Toronto. You know, every city has bad areas, but Toronto definitely, when it comes to violence and all that stuff. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be. In the 90s, early 2000s, it was real bad. I think lately, Brampton's one of the worst cities to live in when it comes to crime. Or I guess the region of Peel. So Peel region has a few different municipalities in it. They have Mississauga, Ontario. Brampton's part of it. A lot of crime, a lot of car theft in that region. A lot of car theft. They'll fucking rob you. You'll pull into your driveway and there'll be somebody pulling in behind you, blocking you to rob you. And the worst part about Canada is just they're very strict with self-defense laws. You know, I have my PAL license. That's your firearms license here in Canada. Position acquisition license, so I can carry firearms. Handguns are now banned, if I'm not mistaken. I got it in 2013. And I used to have a handgun for my own protection. And you can't have that kind of shit up here. You know? You can't have that kind of shit up here. It's a little ridiculous. If there's 5 men dressed up in black clothing with ski masks on that are going to try to break my door down, I'm going to fucking shoot them in their head. Right? I don't give a fuck about the gun laws here. You guys don't have a gun crime that we do here in Jacksonville. There are some parts of Jacksonville I would not drive down at night or even during the day. No, we got a lot of gun crime up here too, man. It's a little harder to obtain guns up here than it is like in the United States, but it's here. We have it. But again, not like the United States. If you look at me and my buddy were talking about this because my buddy wanted to move to Texas. What was the crime rate? I think he was talking about violent crime rates. The violent crime rate comparison between the state of Texas and the province of Ontario is like next to none. You would think the state of Texas would have a higher crime rate than the province of Ontario, violent crime rate, but Ontario was higher. Ontario was like 1 in 900 people. They were like, I don't know if it was they were convicted of violent crimes or if they did a violent crime, which is like anything from murder to assault, you know, to theft, all of that. It was much greater than the state of Texas. Very surprising. State of Texas, I would assume it's lower because they got guns out there. You need guns, man. For self-defense, you need fucking guns. Somebody's threatening your life or your family's life, and you know, gotta protect that, right? I'm down for it. Now, I'm down for anything. I'm still a young buck. You know, I grew up in a rough neighborhood. You know, we grew up fighting and things like that. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm the strongest person in the world, but you know, when I was 20, if you were down, I'm down. Let's do it. You know, I can't really do that anymore because, you know, anybody can have a gun. You know what I mean? So, when it comes to carjackings, that's really the biggest fear at the moment right now in where I live. Armed carjackings. But if I had a pistol in my glove box or on my hip, anybody tried to rob me, I'd fucking shoot them right there. I don't give a fuck. You thought Canada didn't have crime? Oh, Canada has tons of crime, man. Canada has tons of crime. It's everywhere. Can't avoid it. Now, it's nothing like... The crime in Detroit is I think the worst, I think, in North of... Isn't, like, Detroit the worst city to live in terms of violent crimes? It could be Houston. I don't remember which one. But the murder capital in Detroit is just ridiculous compared to anywhere else. We don't have that kind of crime here. But yeah, there's crime, man. There was a guy around the corner from me a couple years ago. So the story goes, he, I guess, got into an altercation with some people. And then later on down the line, those people tried to rob his house. And he was there. And he's a gun owner. You know, he's got a gun license. And there was 2 guys that broke into the house and he killed one of them. And he got in trouble for that. And the government was arguing and fighting. You know, it was self-defense. These fuckers broke into his house. Why can't you shoot them, you know? And he's a responsible gun owner. And he, after paying probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to get off the hook, he got off the hook. That's how fucked up the laws here are in Canada. You know where Heartland is filmed in Canada? I don't. Let me double check. Is that a TV show or something? It says it's filmed on a real ranch in Millerville, Alberta. It's West Coast. Now, I know in the state of Florida, you guys have the stand your ground law. That fucking scares me because I'm a little bitch from Canada that, I mean, driving through certain parts of Florida, it's a little bit sketchy and you just never know. Don't want to cut people off because then they'll feel threatened and they'll fucking shoot at you. But I remember hearing some stories on, I think it was I-90, some road rage incidents where people are just shooting at each other on the fucking highway. That's insane. I don't know if I believe in the whole stand your ground law, but if that's what it takes for people to just smarten the fuck up, sure. About to eat my second lunch. My girlfriend teaches me MMA fighting down at the local MMA gym. She's brown belt in MMA. Yeah, she'll definitely keep you in check, buddy. Nothing more dangerous out there than a woman that can kick your ass, you know? Yeah, well, you know what? It's always good to see a woman kicking a guy's ass, too. When they deserve it. You know? Can't hit women. Doesn't matter what she did to you, you can't hit her. I don't believe in that. I don't believe a woman should hit a man either. Another hour or so, ladies and gents. Got a company message. You guys could probably hear my keyboard clicking in the background. I got a new keyboard. My other one crapped out, and it's a very noisy keyboard. It's like a mechanical keyboard. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think we're flying over Turks and Caicos. Yes, we are flying over Turks and Caicos. Does your keyboard have cherry mix blue keycaps? It is RGB, if that's what you mean. So it's red, green, and blue, and purple. And if I download the software for it, I can probably get them to like flash and stuff and change colors. Picked it up on Amazon for, I don't know, 20 bucks. My OBS bitrate is getting really low. Just want to give you guys a heads up if the stream crashes. I apologize. Oh, no, it's definitely not name brand. It's not Corsair or Razer or anything like that. Like I said, I picked it up on Amazon for dirt cheap. Just it's a mechanical keyboard, so it's got that. You can hear the clicking sounds, you know. Probably should have done my research when I was buying one. Just wondering if there's ever any VATSIM ATC out here. Unless it's like Maybe an event. I've never really come across any ATC out here. Maybe in the Dominican. Jamaica, I've definitely caught Kingston Center on before, but yeah, nothing else ever out here, you know? Are you getting a wireless keyboard? Yes, I'm on VATSIM. There's no controllers on at the moment, but I am on VATSIM. Yeah, we had some ATC online in Miami, and then, no, the guy just left. Not a lot of traffic down in Miami, but would have been cool if we got to pick something up, you know? Gonna try to make every live stream on VATSIM going forward. Maybe we'll cross the pond or something. On VATSIM, I forget how to do it. I forget how to, I don't know, request oceanic clearance. I think there's a special website you gotta go to. Never done it before. I have crossed oceanic once, but it was down in the Azores. That's crazy. That's crazy to think a narrow-body aircraft can fly 11 hours. That's a lot of fucking time in a narrow-body aircraft. Where are they flying to with that aircraft? Holy fuck. And what are they, I guess, what are they getting rid of for those routes? Oh wait, I guess they haven't confirmed those routes yet. What are they flying right now? Are they flying, long haul? Are they flying A330s? Or 787s or something? I can't remember. Right. Probably cheaper to fly the A321. It's less passengers, but it's probably way cheaper. Did you hear Canada's going to be changing up their fleet as well? I think right now all of the Air Canada Rouge fleet is Airbus. And Air Canada's taking those back and giving them their Maxes. I think starting this year. All the A321s, all the A3... I don't think Rouge has any A320s. They might have one. No, they got a few A320s. And A319s. Yeah, they're gonna bring them all back to Air Canada, and then it's gonna be an all Max 8 fleet. I think the only time we'll see it come here, I think didn't United purchase some of those aircrafts? Maybe we'll see a United A321 XLR up here. I don't think so. But we get the odd United A320. And the rest are just 737s. I think Wizz Air is also grabbing that one as well, right? Actually, it says here Air Canada has 30 on order. And Air Transat has 4 on order. We'll be getting them. Air Transat right now they use I think the A321 LRs. They operate those to Europe. Sometimes they go out to, I think they go to Chile, Santiago. But they too have A330s that they're probably going to get rid of for those. And I also heard Air Canada is going to be resuming operations to Jacksonville in the summertime. Toronto to Jacksonville. I'm pretty sure it's going to be on a probably an A220. Air Canada has 30 A321 XLRs on order. Air Transat has 4 on order. Almost there. Another hour or so. Till top of drop. Feeling like forever, you know, but we're going to get 3 good legs in today. Don't worry, it's going to be worth it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Right now they're using A330s kind of weirdly. I think they're flying them. I see them in Orlando sometimes. Or is it Fort Lauderdale they're flying them? They were mainly using them out to Europe via Montreal. So they would go like Toronto to Montreal. They're mainly found out in the East Coast rather than the West Coast. But they're mainly on European routes. And then for some odd reason, I see them going down to Florida a lot. Absolutely, man. That's trespassing. Private property, brother. Find yourself in jail. Pretty sure that's also standard anywhere around the world. Like, where'd they find them? Inside the wheel well? Didn't hear anything about that. That's crazy. I watched a documentary on a journalist that was looking for two people that stayed in a wheel well on a, I think it was a British Airways flight. It might have been a South African flight, I'm not sure, from somewhere in South Africa up to London, Heathrow. And both of the gentlemen, once the landing gear came down, both of them fell out. One of them died, the other one lived. And the guy was doing like a little journalist report on the guy that lived, found him and everything. Crazy, man. Some people just, sometimes that's all that they have left, you know, if you live in a country where, you know, things aren't going your way and it's poor and you want to go live a better life, they're willing to risk these things. Problem is, when you're up at 30,000+ feet, it's freezing fucking cold up there, man. The oxygen level's low. You know? Yeah, I don't know, man. People are just willing to take that risk. Stupid, if you ask me. But for some people, it's worth it, I guess, right? Apparently, people falling out of aircrafts in the UK is not an uncommon thing. Apparently, it happens a lot on approach from on a specific runway coming into Heathrow. The journalist that in the documentary that I was watching was saying it happens more often than you think. Kenya Airways flight? It might be. It might be. For some reason, I just don't remember it. The JetBlue one, I didn't even hear of. Yeah, 2 bodies found in wheel well of plane in Fort Lauderdale. That's insane. Looks like it was on an A320. Came in from JFK. So it was a flight from Johannesburg to Heathrow. That was the one. They call them stowaways. That's where the one guy, both guys fell out. One guy lived. I think one guy hit somewhere on the ground, and the other guy that lived landed on a building. Broke his legs. Brain matter everywhere, or something like that, but lived to tell the tale. And got to stay in the UK as well after doing that. Absolutely. That's probably what happened with those two people that were found in the wheel well on that JetBlue aircraft. They probably died from either hypothermia or lack of oxygen. The fact that they didn't fall out too. Maybe they strapped themselves in there. I don't know. Fall from 500-600 feet, buddy. I'm thinking about falling from 30,000 feet. I mean, I guess you can't. The landing gear, I guess it's all closed up. But you're right, about 1,000. I think about 2,000 feet above, 2,500 feet. The landing gear comes down. Can you imagine? Fuck. Haven't seen anything crazy like that here. The only crazy things that I've seen, well, I didn't really see it, but I remember there was an Air France flight from Charles de Gaulle to Toronto. They were flying, Air France was flying an A340, I believe. They missed the runway. I think they were landing, for whatever reason, they either switched runways or was originally landing on the taxiway and then readjusted the aircraft to land rather than going around. And they landed short. No, sorry, they landed not short. They landed long. Ran out of runway space. The whole plane blew up, but everybody lived. I remember seeing that. I think that was 2005. That was really it. The other thing that I've seen happen, there was a 777 coming in from, I think, Tokyo. And, I don't know if there was, like, wake turbulence or something, but the plane, like, tilted. The wing almost hit the ground. There's a video of that from a YouTuber in Toronto called Wake Turbulence. He does airplane spotting at Toronto. He's the one that shot that video. You got to see it. It's retarded. It's crazy how they controlled that aircraft. And I think they landed it too. I don't think they went around. Not a lot of crazy aviation stories out here in Southern Ontario. My buddy was flying an RJ and his landing gear didn't come down, but they managed to get it down. There's a lot of fragile components in the wheel well. Possibly. I mean, it looks pretty well intact. There's lots of space in there. I've seen inside one. It's a big, massive space, even with the landing gear up in there. Tons of space. Remember hearing about that Air Canada A320 at SFL that almost landed on top of United? Yep, I remember that one. That one was, I think the issue with that one was They were like sleep deprived or something. They were, what did they come, Sam, about 200 feet above the aircraft? That was going to be like the worst fucking disaster. Well, I got a message from Mini Builds. A350 content cooking. When is it being released? Doesn't say. But yeah, it's very easy to make a mistake in an aircraft. Very easy. But Sam, that A320 from Air Canada, were they trying to sidestep runways or something like that? I don't remember. I think they were also lined up with the taxiway. And then they had to like change the taxiway lighting or something. Yeah, the pilots thought the taxiway was the runway, yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine boarding your aircraft? Or can you imagine seated down in that United 787 and you're looking out the window and you see a fucking airplane coming right at you and all you can do is just sit there, you know? Fortunately, they didn't crash. But that was bad. Air Canada had a big crash in just north of the airport. I think it was in the 70s. Let me just pull up the article here. I think it was a DC-8. Yeah, it was July 5th, 1970. Air Canada Flight 621. It was a DC-8. They were flying Montreal to LAX via Toronto, and then something happened on, I don't know, on final. I don't think the reversers came out or something, but the flaps, hold on, let me see here. Can't remember the origin of what happened, but they crashed in a field in Brampton. Not too far from the airport, there's a big memorial. Not a big memorial, but now there's a memorial there. And there's all homes built around that now, but... The aircraft, I think, landed on runway 33. And then it bounced. It bounced so hard, I think it broke one of the engines right off of the aircraft. And then it decided to go around, and then just... everything went downhill from there. I remember this Air Canada flight didn't have radio communication when they landed at SFO. That's pretty common. There was another video, I think on YouTube of, I don't know if it was Air Canada pilots. It might have been Jazz pilots landing in Sault Ste. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie is an uncontrolled airport. And there was an issue, I guess, with communications between people on the runway and the aircraft. As much as you want to blame the pilots ended up landing on the runway with vehicles on the runway, but no offense, I mean, if an airplane, if a Dash 8's landing at an uncontrolled airport and you can see it coming, it's very hard to see vehicles on the runway, and it was snowing to add to that. Wouldn't you move the fuck out of the way? You know? You wonder if they fired that pilot after that one? Probably not, Sam. I doubt it. You can't really fire people in Canada anymore. You have to give everybody a chance, and, you know, you gotta hold their hands for them. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll put you in a program. There was another incident, too, at LAX. Didn't the ATC at LAX almost make two planes collide? And one of them was I think it was a Air Canada A321 bounded for Toronto. On departure, too. I think it was a simultaneous departure or something like that. Simultaneous? I don't even know how to pronounce that word. There was almost a collision. I think the TCAS warning prevention system in the Airbus kicked on or something. The good part of all these things now is there's many YouTube content creators that post actual ATC communications online. You get to hear what happens. The funny ones are always the ones in JFK as well. JFK, the controllers at JFK think they know everything. And they're telling pilots how to fly airplanes. Those are the funniest ones to listen into. Yeah, that's true, Sam. That's true. About the Air Canada flight that landed in SFO when he was told to go around. Yep. Gotta be careful, man. Pilots, you can't overwork them, you know? You can't overwork them like you can overwork other people. They need their time off. That's why they only fly like 14 days a month at best. You want to make sure they're super sharp, super focused, you know. Too much of a risk when flying an airplane. Top of descent coming up in about 260 miles. Just looking good, ladies and gents. We're almost there. We're going to be flying over top of the beautiful Caribbean island of, I think this is Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Be nice to fly into Puerto Rico as well. I think San Juan has some scenery done by Latin VFR. It's not bad, but it's not great. So it kind of stops me from coming in here. There is some good scenery out here though. There's one airport that you can fly into. I think Frontier flies into it. Forget what it's called. One day we'll do some ops out in San Juan. Sorry, in Puerto Rico. I try to tune in when I can, but sometimes your streaming does not line up with my work schedule. That's okay, Sam. Appreciate you coming in whenever. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place when it comes to, I guess, when I stream, when I don't. So, obviously, today being Friday, my work schedule is a little bit weird. I work 6 days on, and then I work 4 days on. So this is my short week. This week I work 4 days on. Friday, Saturday, Sunday I have off. So next week on Monday through Saturday, that's why it's like every other Friday I get to stream in the afternoon. I try to line up for Sunday afternoon streams. Last week, never made it happen. It was my daughter's birthday. And then this Sunday, I don't know if we're going to be going live this Sunday in the afternoon. Because my daughter has her party with her school friends. And that's all pending if she feels any better. I don't think she's going to be well. We might cancel that one, but that's the plan. You know, it's a little tough for me to stream in the evening times. I'd love to stream in the evening times. You know, problem is there's not really much viewership. The viewership's been a little bit down on the channel the last little while, mainly because I just really haven't been putting out much content. But streaming in the evenings is a little bit tough because there's not many people, I guess, on watching it, so it typically drives me from not streaming. So I was thinking maybe we'll just, you know, maybe a couple times a week we'll put out some videos and then we'll maintain our live streams on the weekends. It's a little slow now at work, so, you know, I should have a lot of more time to myself too. I've heard this song in some TikTok memes, some YouTube shorts. I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know what we're looking at here. You think Canada will also ban TikTok? Pretty much anything the US does, Canada's going to be on board with. I heard there's already like another TikTok out there. Another Chinese TikTok out there already. I also heard the United States is working on something. Don't know how accurate that is, but yeah, man, whatever the United States does, Canada will most likely follow suit. We're going to be flying over Agadir International Airport. San Juan is up here somewhere. I want to look at a couple things here in the aircraft. All looks well. I did not realize how many islands were there in the Caribbean until I flew to SXM a few summers ago. Is that Saint Martin? A lot of islands out here, man. Got the British Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands. You know, Saint Martin. You have Antigua. You have Puerto Rico. It's crazy. Then you have all these islands coming down. Montserrat. You got Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Vincent. Yeah, man. It's pretty cool, man. I'd love to go there one day just to go to that beach and watch the airplanes take off. I'd literally fly there just for the day and fly home. You know, not that you can fly. I think there's only like one flight going there. You know, but if I could like get there at like 8 in the morning, probably can flying out of Miami or something, but get there at 8 in the morning, leave at like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. I'd do that. Couple places I want to go in the Caribbean. St. Barth's, I want to go there. Saint Martin. St. Lucia, I'd love to go there. I'd do the ABC Islands at the bottom there. You got Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. I'd love to do those islands. And Trinidad, man. I'd love to go to Trinidad. I know a lot of people that are West Indian, you know, from Trinidad or even Guyana. We got a huge following up here in Southern Ontario. A huge West Indian following. So I got a lot of friends I grew up with that are Trini or from Guyana. They're Guyanese. Part of that culture, you know. I'd love to go to Trinidad. I'd rather go to Trinidad than Guyana. Nothing against Guyana, but no offense, Trinidad. It's nicer. And Guyana too. I don't know. Do you consider people from Guyana Caribbean, or are they South American? Because geographically, they're in South America. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure they are. But they consider themselves Caribbean. So does that mean people from Venezuela, are they Caribbean? You know? I don't know. I consider people from Brazil, Chile, or Ecuador being from South America. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate you, my man. So you don't consider people from Venezuela, Guyana, Colombia. None of them are... South American? And then there's Bolivia, and then there's obviously Brazil, Argentina. But I mean, if you look at the map, Guyana is definitely in South America. It's not in the Caribbean. I didn't know that. To be honest, I didn't know any American airline flew into there. I thought it was just Caribbean Airlines. Typically, you'll go from Port of Spain. You go to Georgetown via Port of Spain. At least that's how Caribbean, when they fly up to Toronto, that's their route. Pretty sure they fly A350s, man. I know they're a big Airbus fleet. I thought they flew A350s and some A330s. Not sure if they fly any Boeings. But I do know A350s, and I think some A330 Neos. I think this is San Juan, too. International Airport. Maybe they have a 787. I don't know about 777, but I know definitely A350s. Well, so they have 17 787-9s. It's the most aircraft in their fleet. They have 12 A350 1000s. They have 8 A330-900s and A330-300s. So the A330s are 300s are going to be retired by the Neos sometime this year. But yeah, they got 17 787s. Interesting. See a little bit of a texturing issue down there on the bottom of the wing. Delta has the A350-1000 or the A350X on order. They're trying to open new routes from Atlanta to Hong Kong or African destinations. That's cool, man. Yeah, we don't have many African destinations here. Pretty sure Ethiopian flies A350s into Toronto. Sometimes they're direct from Addis Ababa. Sometimes they come in from Dublin. Just strange. Guess that's maybe a stopover. Trying to think if Air Canada flies into Africa. I think the only... I know Egypt Air flies to Cairo from Toronto. Not many African routes, man. I don't think... does Air Canada go into Africa? I don't know if they do. Trying to think. I don't think they go anywhere in South Africa for sure. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I think is it Moroccan Airways or something? Royal Air Maroc. I think they fly into Montreal. They're coming out with a new Cars movie in 2026. Really? That'd be pretty cool. My son for sure is going to want to watch that. We spent the holidays watching Moana 2. We watched Sonic 3, and we watched Mufasa. And it ain't cheap, let me tell you. For 4 of us to go to the movies, plus popcorn, drinks, and all that, it's close to $200 per movie. It's crazy. Cars 4, yeah. I didn't like Cars 3. I liked, obviously, the first one was the best. I think the first one was done in 06. I watch it, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a 32-year-old man. I watch it from time to time with my son. And Cars 2 was okay. Cars 1 being the best. Cars 3, I don't think I've ever seen. They do, yes. And I think that's a new route. I don't think they were always flying that, but I did recently see, like I think it was this week, I was just looking at some flights coming out of Vancouver, possibly planned for a live stream, and they were flying in from Bangkok. Air Canada also goes to Australia from Vancouver. They go to Sydney and Brisbane. I think they used to go to Melbourne as well, but they go to Brisbane. Yeah, something like that. It's pretty deep, too. That's pretty deep. Air Canada needs to network to some more destinations. They go pretty much everywhere, I think, in the eastern part of the hemisphere. Except, I think, Indonesia. I don't think they go to Bali. I don't think they go to Jakarta. Not sure if they go into Singapore. The flights to Australia are about 14 hours. They fly, I think, to Brisbane right now is a 787-900. And a 777-200ER goes to Sydney. But they are expanding their destinations. I know they've expanded some of their American routes. So new services between Montreal and Naples. That's pretty cool. So Montreal, Naples. It's Montreal to Naples, Italy. Montreal to Porto, Portugal. They're going to Prague. They're going to. Looks like Air Canada's finally flying back to Trinidad, and then some of their American routes. They're flying. Toronto to Jacksonville is going to be a new one this summer. I'm not sure what aircraft. Probably in the A220. Montreal to Cincinnati is going to be another new one. Air Canada could fly to Jakarta from Vancouver with their 777LR. No, exactly. I don't think Jakarta would be something they would consider flying to, but maybe Bali, you know. Maybe fly to Bali. What's going on, Lone Dread? Appreciate you tuning in. We're about 80 miles from top of descent here. Let's go ahead and plug in some airport information. We have... the winds are 080 at 11. QNH 1016. Temperature, a beautiful 29 or 84 degrees Fahrenheit, 29 degrees Celsius. 080 at 11. A little bit of a crosswind. Nothing we can't handle. I find this aircraft is very easy to fly over, you know, some of the Boeing stuff. Transalt's 9,000 feet. And we're going to plug in our mins here. So on the ILS, 235 on the mins. We'll get that plugged in there. And I don't think we need any CTAF down in Pointe-à-Pitre. I'm pretty sure it's only in the United States we're running CTAF, right? Toronto to Denver. Yeah, I think that's a regular route. I think they fly A220s there. I have the stream in the background because I'm watching the Rookie episode 2. Seems so long until the next episode. Well, I appreciate you tuning in, man. We'll do a low auto brake function on that. We want to vacate. No, we don't want to print anything. So there's 2 taxiways you can vacate coming in on runway 12. We're gonna want to go for Echo, so we're gonna extend that. So we'll pick low auto brake on the preset for that, and it's a short taxi to our terminal. Does the channel have memberships, or I feel like most channels just waiting for the watch hours? No, I've got all of that already, I guess, set up. I just don't have it turned on. I don't have memberships turned on. It'd be cool to see something like Vancouver to Sao Paulo or Vancouver to Buenos Aires. That'd be cool. A lot of those flights are coming in from Toronto or possibly Montreal. So that's a long-ass flight, too. I think Toronto to Sao Paulo is probably still close to 10 hours. So coming in from Vancouver, that could be like, yeah, 12 hours maybe. Yeah, flying in Canada in general is just very expensive to fly. Air Canada itself as an airline, apparently a lot of people hate flying with them when it comes to, you know, losing your baggage or delays and things like that. There's very little to no compensation. What I can say is I have a buddy that his fiance's mother works for Air Canada, and there's some pretty cool perks when you obviously work within the company. But yeah, just flying in Canada in general is very expensive. I'll give you an example. A couple of years ago, I sent my mom to Prince Edward Island. She flew on Air Canada Rouge. You know, a return ticket cost me about $350, and that same flight is like close to $1,000 now. It's crazy. It's 2 hours away. $1,000 to fly to Prince Edward Island? Fucking ridiculous. And the problem is, the more people that continue to pay for things like that, it's more reason why airlines will still charge, you know what I mean? I wish we, Canada and America, was as cheap as Europe with those low cost. Being as low cost, they promise, and not those hidden fees making us pay much more. Yeah, like Ryanair, $30 to fly across Europe. Fuck, could you imagine? Not only are you flying across, you're flying across a whole continent. You're passing multiple countries for under $100. It's crazy. And we have low-cost carriers here. We have Flair. You know, we have Air Canada Rouge is a low-cost carrier. We had, you know, Canada Jet Lines that went bankrupt. But, you know, the big heavy hitters like Air Canada just keep taking them out. Gabor, hello, hello. Flew with AC once. They upgraded me for business class with €5 from Atlanta to Toronto. Can't complain. Dude, that's cheap. That's cheap. My buddy just flew to Tokyo from Toronto in business class for, I think, like $300. That's because he has relatives that work for them. Otherwise, that would probably be like, I don't know, $2,000. Like, I once went on Frontier, and the flight originally promised like $100, but then all the fees made me spend $320. Yeah, there's hidden fees like bringing bags and stuff like that on board. That's what I realized with Air Canada Rouge. I didn't realize there were hidden fees with like buying the seat. So when I sent my mom to Prince Edward Island, you pay, you know, your fees for the tickets, whatever. She gets to the airport and she's like, "My son, I don't know if I'm going to be on this flight." I'm like, "Why not?" She's like, "Well, because you bought the ticket, but you had me on standby." I'm like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "You have to buy the seat. The seats are $70 each seat." I'm like, "On top of what I paid?" And they're like, she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Fuck, I didn't know." Right? I don't know why they didn't, like, they don't tell you this when you're buying your ticket on Air Canada's website, that you got to pay for the seat and that you're put on a standby list. I thought that's fucking ridiculous. Fortunately, she was able to get on that flight, but for her return flight, I made sure to pick a seat. I had no idea that was an add-on. And then bringing, you know, baggage is also an additional cost. Should just make a set price. If it costs $500 to fly to Prince Edward Island, and that includes bringing, you know, whether it's a duffel bag or a suitcase with a seat, then just state that, you know? To be fair, it ain't that expensive sometimes to fly from here to Canada. I'm in LA, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to go somewhere small in Canada. I don't know what to do. True. I mean, I sent my girlfriend and my daughter on a flight to LA back in 2018. It was cheap. It was cheap. Straight flight. I think it cost me like $280, $300. Mind you, that was 7 years ago, you know. But these are the cost of things nowadays, you know what I mean? We don't have those perks like they do in Europe. It was $6,000 when me and my girlfriend flew Turkish Airlines to Istanbul, Turkey via Toronto. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of money. I know Air Transat was operating flights last summer to Portugal for like, I think it was like $300 or $400. Got you on a flight to Portugal from Toronto. That's cheap. That's really cheap. A lot of people that fly to Europe, a lot of people that I know that fly to Europe don't typically fly Air Canada. You know, they'll fly KLM, Air France. It's usually cheaper, right? Another great connection. You could take Aer Lingus up to Dublin. They operate sometimes A330s, but I think they bring the A321LRs over there, or over from there, and still cheaper than flying Air Canada. Just about costs. Bring myself back up here. We're coming up here on top of descent. I don't know what we're going to descend down to. Let me look at my charts here. So 3,600 feet at AVSET. Plug that in. There's no ATC online. Probably vector ourselves around too. Flight to Istanbul was the longest flight I've ever taken. 9 hours and 45 minutes. That's a long damn time. Remember, there was this ordeal when flying to Mexico since they rescheduled our flight without telling us due to hurricanes. But in short, we didn't have assigned seats and had to go on reserves. Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass, especially when you're booking online and maybe it's in the fine print. I didn't see anything in the fine print in regards to assigned seating with that Air Canada Rouge flight. The only reason why they really let us on was because we were a family and my dad did a little bit of convincing to let us on. Sometimes you gotta persuade them, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to persuade them. We get the sounds down. Game sounds up. Another 20-ish miles or so, and we're headed all down. Can't really see the island in front of us. Maybe up here. I feel like I could see some mountains up here. But yeah, Canada's slowly losing their low-cost carrier status. We had Swoop. Swoop was bought out by WestJet. Sometimes you see a Swoop painted aircraft in the air, but it's owned and operated by WestJet now. Canada Jetlines, they went bankrupt last year. There was another low-cost carrier flying. I forget the name of it. They went bankrupt. And all we got is Flair. Flair's on the brink. You really put the emphasis that we had to be home, like bad, because we're not from Mexico, and it'd be bad for us to stay there. Plus, it costs money to stay there too, right? If you get delayed, if you get canceled, you know, you gotta figure out the cost of everything. 4 miles till top of drops. Go ahead. Get us down. I've only been on a plane twice in my life. Flew into Tampa from Toronto and came back with WestJet. It's a pretty good experience. This was also 14 years ago. No real complaints. We had a delay coming out of Tampa because Hurricane Irene had hit at the time. So we stayed in Florida for another couple of days. I'm honestly just going to fly with Delta because if you think about it, with all the hidden fees and of the low cost, you end up spending the same amount with Delta, and Delta includes everything. That's probably it. What's a low-cost carrier out there in the U.S.? It's Frontier and probably Spirit, right? I think that's what you guys have out there. JetBlue's not low cost. JetBlue's, I think, up there with American and with United and Delta. You guys also have Sun Country as well. I think it's Sun Country. I could be wrong. There we have it, ladies and gents. We're on the descent. We're into Pointe-à-Pitre. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Guadalupe. Never flown Air Canada Rouge before, but I've seen their A321 fly over my house heading north back to Montreal. Yeah, they're considered a low-cost carrier. Frontier and Spirit. JetBlue is like Southwest. Yeah. Like not a 5-star, maybe a 4-star airline. Oh yes, Avelo. Yes, they operate out of White Plains, right? I was looking at doing a flight with Avelo, going into obviously I'm a racing guy, you know. Daytona 24 hours is next weekend. So you're gonna doing some regional ops into Daytona Airport. They operate some 737s. Yeah, Allegiant, they fly some Airbus aircraft, A319, A320. You know, when I was in Fort Lauderdale doing some plane spotting, they were some of the loudest. I don't know what engines are on the Allegiants. Airbuses. They were some of the loudest fucking engines that I heard departing out of that airport. Every single one of them. Are they the IAE engines? Or they're probably IAE engines, right? Not the CFMs. To be fair, Avelo's like Frontier and Spirit, but worse. Like by the time I put all these fees, it wanted me to pay an extra $300. Oh fuck! Damn. They also don't fly everywhere too. I don't think. I don't know. The cost to sit in an airplane nowadays is really expensive. They're all profitable, for the most part. I don't know any airline that's not profitable at the moment, you know? JetBlue is not bad. I flew them from Orlando to SFO. Yeah, they're up and coming. They fly out to the UK as well. I think they operate flights into Edinburgh or possibly Gatwick. Don't remember. They're now operating flights into Vancouver. So their first Canadian stop. Gotta use my cell phone to itch my back. They're operating A220s into Vancouver from JFK. It's their first Canadian stopover. Kind of realize that if you just want to fly, if you want to fly, just have the mentality to spend at least $300 for yourself for a round trip ticket. I checked Amtrak and trains and stuff, and it could be more expensive. Probably. I mean, when you're taking Amtrak across the country, it's more for like an experience. You know what I mean? You know, driving out to LA in 2018, probably at the time, you know, gas wasn't too expensive. I probably was maybe 350, 400 CAD on gas out there. You know? Wonder if they will do Calgary next. Possibly. I'm hoping they come to Toronto. They should. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let me see what I want to do here. So, once we get up to AVSEP, or AVSET, we have to figure out where are we going to vector ourselves from. Maybe we'll take it in from Goret instead. So let's go ahead and clear this. And we'll clear AVSET as well. And it'll just be a direct to. We'll insert that. Beauty. Gas is like $7-8 CAD. No, man, we're paying $1.50 a liter. $1.50 a liter is not much. You know, it might maybe 20 cents more than what we're maybe used to paying for fuel. I know out in California, you said you're out in LA. California, even in 2018, was $4, $5 a gallon. It's probably what now? $7-8 a gallon. Another thing that needs to come down in price is fucking gas. Gas here is $3.85 in Jacksonville. Not bad. You know, that's pretty much $1 a liter if you think about it. Right? How many gallons are in... How many liters are in a gallon? Close to 4 liters, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 3.75 or something. So you guys are still a little bit cheaper than us. It's about $6 a gallon here in LA. Yeah, that's... fucking criminal. You're paying Canadian prices. Criminal if you ask me. Plug in a couple fixes here. So we're gonna go Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot Romeo, 1-2. Do a 10 mile and 5 mile radius here. To fill up trucks, that's like $100, and a regular commuter car like 40 realistically. Yeah, so I drive a 2024 CRV hybrid. It's like a 45-liter tank. I don't know what that is in gallons, but yeah, it's like $60-$70 Canadian to fill up. About the same. Most cars are about a 40-liter tank anyways, most small cars. But I mean, California, everything's just expensive in California. By the way, how you doing out there with the LA fires? Hope all is well. Speaking about LA, hope all is well, man. With those fires, it's crazy. Crazy what's happening out there. Too many conspiracies. I don't really want to get into it. We don't typically talk politics on the channel, but yeah, that's some fucked up shit. Part of my language. I get 24 miles per gallon on the highway on my 2017 Ford F-150. That does not sound good at all. That does not sound good. Damn. In the wintertime, I'm getting about 8-ish liters per 100 in my CRV. In the summertime, it's under 6. It's like 5.8 liters per 100. Could be better. Obviously, in the wintertime, cars consume more fuel. Spend a lot more hours idling your cars to warm them up. I mean, thankfully, I haven't gotten affected, and like you said, I don't want to get into it, but it's been up and down because the winds making it always restart in a new area. That's the biggest issue. The winds are blowing all that fire around, and it's just catching on other things. And I remember being out in LA in 2018. You guys had a fire, I think in like November of 2018. I forget the name of the fire. But anyways, we were driving up to San Francisco, and I remember just driving through the valley there, and you see all the fucking burnt trees and all the grass on the side of the road. It's crazy. It's crazy what a fire does. And a good, in a way, good thing the fire's sticking to its area and not going through the whole of LA. That's good, man. As long as it's not spreading, you know? I don't know, I heard a thing about some fire trucks coming up from, I think, Seattle, Washington State. Didn't pass a smog test up in Northern California, so they refused entry of these trucks. I'm not sure if that's true, but if that's true, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Don't really drive my pickup truck on the highway when we go. I take my girlfriend's 2019 RAV4. Hey, that's way more fuel efficient. Absolutely. Looking good, friends. Got a little cloud coverage over top of the island, but overall, looks like the winds are 080 at 11. A few clouds at 3,200 feet. Nothing too out of this world. Nothing too out of this world. I feel like we've been flying forever. Don't worry, our second leg is only 20 minutes. Our second leg is 20 minutes. I think our final leg is a couple hours. Hopefully not. Hopefully just an hour and a half. Gonna be a long live stream, ladies and gents. 3 hours in. We're probably gonna be about a 6-hour live stream today. Was the 2018 fire? Sorry, was the 2018 like that massive one, the campfire, possibly? Let me see here. The Wolseley fire. That was the one. Shit burned for like 3 weeks. Yeah, it was. It was the campfire. Might sell my F-150. The only problem is that I have a boat trailer, so I'm not sure what other vehicles could handle the boat trailer. It's a great question. Probably stick to just a truck. I'll be honest with you. So, like with Honda, with us, we sell trailer hitches for our Honda Pilots and our Honda Odysseys, and they're not really built for them. Like the transmissions aren't really built for them. I'll be completely honest. There used to be towing packages you could buy from the dealer that you put a trailer hitch on with a tranny cooler, add a little bit more transmission fluid into the transmission to help relieve some of that stress. But I've seen transmissions grenade. They're not, Pilots and the Odysseys aren't built for it. If you're going to tow something, doesn't matter the size, to be honest with you. Get a truck. To be honest, there's so much fires that I can't keep up with the names. Yeah, they got a name for every single one of them. We recently had some wildfires up in Ontario, that northern Ontario, I believe, that blew into southern Ontario. Never seen that before in my life. And I remember it being all smoggy and stuff, and it's crazy. QNH 1016. 1016, we'll bug that in. And landing systems, we'll get that guy on as well. Hopefully VNav behaves itself. VNav's bouncing around. We're bouncing. Let's get out the speed brakes here to bleed off some altitude. Beauty. We get brush fires here in Florida in the summer, mostly started by a lightning strike on the dry grass. Yeah, that can do it. I've seen some videos out there in California of like those electrical towers just exploding. You know what I mean? Just, I've seen multiple videos. Again, I don't want to talk politics, but I've seen those electrical, I don't know, what do you call those overhead wire boxes for like the house electricity just blowing up, causing sparks and stuff. I mean, realistically, anything can cause a fire out there. Problem is, there's no water out there at the moment. It's very dry, which doesn't help. Doesn't help at all. Let's go ahead and we'll activate the approach phase. I don't think anybody's on the ground in Pointe-à-Pitre. I don't need to make any call-outs. Nobody's here. No, nobody's here. Nobody's coming in. Just me. They do controlled burns in the Everglades a lot to help with the dry brush to prevent a fire from happening. Yeah, I guess you need to do that, right? I didn't know you guys did that in Florida, to be honest with you. I know they do that out in Australia. Maybe out in California too. Not too sure. I'm gonna go arm that Yoke. We're headed down to 3,600 feet. And we'll stay at 3,600 feet till about 10 miles, and then glide slope will do its thing. About 17 miles out, looking good. First time coming in here on stream. I think I came in here flying an ATR like a couple years ago. Not too often do I get to fly out here. Lots of mountains out here as well. So it's not like some of the other Caribbean islands where it's all flat. A lot of mountains out here. And there's Yoke, and we can go ahead and we'll hit the approach mode. Glide slope will bring us down. No, I didn't do any of that. I didn't go to the Everglades. I just drove through it. So what happens is when it was raining in Fort Lauderdale or in Miami, we would just drive to Naples. That was just the easiest thing for us. You go to Naples and it's sunny, not a cloud in the fucking sky. You're in, Fort Lauderdale. It's 9 in the morning. It's pouring rain. It's gonna rain till 12, right? Let's go ahead. Flaps 1. Glide slope is arms. Go ahead and get the rest of our lights on here. I would love to actually do like an airboat tour thing through the Everglades, look at the dolphins, see some of the crocodilies out there. But I had kids with me, so we didn't get around to it. Aircraft's got to slow down. She not wanting to slow down. Let's pull up those speed brakes. Missed approach altitude. Keep it at 3,600. And we'll go flaps 2.
2,005.
Gear coming down. The Everglades Airboat Tour is really fun. It's really the only way to truly see the animals. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. All we seen on the side of the road was just like dead alligator and turtles and stuff, but 5 miles out. Let's go ahead. Flaps 3. Oh boy. Flaps full. The winds are 090 at 12. Gear down, 3 green. Flaps are full. We're going to look to vacate onto Echo. And we're looking for gate 7. That's what we have planned. Nice looking island. Enjoy the arrival, ladies and gents. Take controls at about 1,000 feet. My aircraft. Showing 3 whites. It's okay. Glide's looking good. Got that wind kind of spinning us around. It's normal.
Above. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Looking good. Don't worry.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 5.
Burst coming out. Nose down gently. Take it. $70 knots. Reverser stowed. Ladies and gents, welcome down to Pointe-à-Pitre, Guadalupe. Let's bring you guys back up. I'll take that. Probably could have exited off of there, but we'll take it down to the next exit way. Very cool, man. Very cool. Don't gotta do any call outs here. Nobody's here. It's just us. And this should be Echo. I didn't realize how far the taxiways are. Yeah, we probably could have just exited out. I think it was Foxtrot. But we're rolling. We pay for the whole runway. We use the whole runway. Isn't that the saying? Get the speed down, bring her in. Call up GSX. We want gate 7. Strobe lights coming off, wing lights, runway turns, landing lights, taxi lights. Let's go ahead and spool up the APU. We'll stop the clock. 2 hours, 57 minutes. And this guy over there, beauty. We want gate 7. Good stuff, good stuff. Nice little arrival coming in, you know. Not a big fan of coming into these island airports. Every time you come in off the water onto mainland, the aircraft, just like in the sim, just absolutely starts spinning around. And this is a beautiful looking terminal too. I recorded that landing too, so I'm going to make a short out of that one. That was a buttery smooth landing. And we're looking for gate 7. Yeah, we'll catch it off this taxiway here. I think the scenery is done by SLH Sim Design too. Very good looking scenery. Very good looking scenery. Very good developer. They do mainly Caribbean airports. Appreciate you, Sam. Thank you. Can't wait to go into Cayenne. Can't wait to see what everything looks like landing in there. I haven't even flown into there yet. I haven't loaded it up. I've loaded it up. I lied. I think the thumbnail to this live stream is at that airport, but I haven't flown into it. I don't know what to expect. But this is a beautiful looking terminal. We want gate number 7. Try to get a perfect parking here. Parking brake coming on, close enough. APU bleed coming on. Let's come down here, shut those guys off. We'll come back upstairs, get those guys off. Beacon light coming off. We'll keep the APU on. It's hot down here. Shut off the fuel pumps. And there we have it, ladies and gents. Let's go ahead and start the deboarding process.
Deboarding requested.
Chocks and cones are set. Beautiful flight, jetways attached beautifully. There it is, Air France in Guadalupe. Ladies and gents, I'm going to load up the second flight. We're going to be headed out real quick. Give me like 5 minutes. And I'll turn some of the sounds down. I'll get some music playing in the background. And we'll get on. We'll get on to the next destination. Again, 2 more flights, 2 more legs. It's going to be a long one today, ladies and gents. Hope you're enjoying the content. Unless something happens. I'll be right back.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright, pretty much all set up here. Except we're not set up in the aircraft. Get the webcam back up here. Just went upstairs to go check on my daughter. She's been sleeping. So we'll let her sleep. And we'll continue on down here. Import next flight. We'll dismiss. And mass and balance. Let's go ahead. Another 179 passengers. We'll load up everything. We'll just load it all up now. We'll get the aircraft loaded up. Get her on out of here. Short flight, 20 minutes, 26 minutes, ladies and gents. We're cruising up to 14,000 feet. So short flight. And we are Air France 604 operating service from Pointe-à-Pitre all the way to, let me try to pronounce this properly, Aimé Césaire International Airport or something like that. I don't fucking know. Something like that. Beautiful. And there we have it. We'll come over to the Init tab here, Init request. And we're Air France 604. Cost index of 7. Cruising up to 14,000 feet today. Beauty. Send that off to the McDo. Sent off. Beautiful. We're departing off of runway 12 in Pointe-à-Pitre. And it's going to be some RNAV departures. So we're going to be going on the Ducati 2 Foxtrot departure. CADM transition, but it's not there. Coming into Aimé Césaire International Airport. We're going to plan the ILS Zulu 10 approach. We'll come in on the... It's actually a direct. Okay, let's see how this works out. We'll come in from CATM, so we'll come on the CAT 2 Delta. Is that where I want to come on to? The CAT 2 Delta? Come on the CAT 2 Delta. We'll insert that. I'll have a look at my waypoints. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Perfect. Come to the perf tab here. Let's go ahead and plug in some perf information. Runway 12 drive. We'll load up everything. We'll do a flaps 1 departure. We'll sync everything. We'll calculate. So the altimeter was 3016. Oh wait. No wait. Sorry. It's 1016. Yeah, this is correct. 46, 46, 48. Flaps 1 down 0.6 on the trim. We'll get all of that plugged in. Beautiful. Secondary flight plan. Let's go ahead and copy off that secondary flight plan. We'll return back to Pointe-à-Pitre. In the event of losing an engine. We'll plan for the ILS 12 approach. No star. Beautiful. We're still on VATSIM. We're still squawking 2000. That's fine. Flight director can come on. Constraints can come on. And there's no initial climb clearance, so we'll just set 14,000 feet in the box. We'll accept that, and we'll leave everything. We're just deboarding our passengers. Our plane's set up for our next departure. Fastest connection time ever. So this flight here that we're doing takes about 8 to 10 hours to go from Miami down to Cayenne. There's a lot of there's big layovers down in these airports. So I think on its first leg, so this flight being 2.5 hours, 3 hours, I think they sit on the ground for a while before they depart out to Martinique, and then they sit on the ground there as well for, I think, 2 to 4 hours. But it's full Air France service, just so you're aware. All of the food, everything's in French. Everything that you would get on a typical Air France flight is on board in this A320. Waiting for that last ding.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Nay. Deboarding complete. Let's come up to GSX. Let's go ahead and load up our new flight plan, Air France 604, over to Martinique, and it's request boarding.
Requested.
Once we're all boarded up, we're getting out of here. So give or take about 10 minutes time. We're going to go back upstairs, check on the little girl, make sure she's all good. Just got to make sure she doesn't throw up, you know what I mean? It's projectile vomiting. That's been her issue. We've lost Fly Live. I don't know why. Okay, boarding passengers now. Just got to make sure.
Passengers boarding starting.
Sorry, I left. I'm back. Is this the actual registration of the airplane that is flying that route? To be honest, I'm not sure. I don't typically look at those things when flying, but I guess to some people it's important. SoCal weather is reporting 27 degrees and overcast skies and 11-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing that we can't handle. No. Nothing that we can't handle. Let's go ahead and pause the music. Let's get the sounds back up. Let's bring myself back up top. Beautiful. So we're heading into Martinique before we go into the French Guiana, just an FYI. Close those guys. We'll get rid of these guys. We're just waiting for the passengers, and we're gone. 20-minute flight, cruising up to 14,000 feet. Looking good, ladies and gents. Looking good. At least we're gonna get some nice weather, you know, rather than being out in Miami where it was raining. Not nice, you know. Sounds like boarding is complete. Let's go ahead. We'll close up this guy. We'll come up here and we will prepare for push. We'll get our beacon lights on. And we'll get our fuel pumps on. And we're going to get our no smoking sign on. Seatbelt signs were always on, so yeah, we didn't let anybody take their seatbelts off. 27 degrees is getting a little warm for me. I would be putting on the air conditioner on at that point. Yeah, probably. 27 degrees to me? Beautiful.
Hello, Captain. We are
Beautiful.
ready for pushback.
I'd be out there on the beach. Hold on one sec.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear.
My apologies. Had to quickly run upstairs. All is well, though. All is well. Beautiful. Where was I? Okay, we were pushing back, right? Continue push back. What do they want us to do? Quick edit push back. Beautiful. And I guess we could push back to the white line. Guess we'll go like right there.
Exiting from editing.
I think.
Please
Release parking brakes.
Marker brake's coming off. Engine start switch.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Engine number 2. Sun's coming down a little bit. Had to run upstairs. My daughter had woken up. Look at her. Look at her pushing back with us, you know, on a skateboard. On an imaginary skateboard. Better not get sucked into the engine, miss. You're gonna delay this flight. Lovely engine sounds. I don't know, you guys tell me, what's better? Fenix sounds or anything Horse? Engine number 1. Oh, she's on that side too. Are these wing walkers? What the fuck are these? Did GSX have an update or something? Do we have wing walkers or something? Is that what that was?
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
That wing walker is on a hoverboard. Bro, I've never seen that in my life. Was it in when we departed out of Miami too? I don't know. Oh my god. Yes, sir. Two good engines, APU bleed coming off, master switch coming off, taxi light going over on. Taxi light going over on, that's some great English. Engine start switch over to the norm position. We need a flaps 1. Ground spoilers armed and down 0.6. On the trims, auto brake set to max. Turn this guy on. And we're the only lone survivors here. Nobody coming in. Nobody coming in. And we'll start this guy. And let's go. Parking brake coming off. Let's get it, ladies and gents. Round 2. Watch out for the air stairs. We might clip it. It's okay. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. Talal, what's going on, man? Appreciate you tuning in. I'm well. How are you? No worries, my man. No worries. You tune in whenever you can tune in, brother. I wonder how many people actually fly this route in real life to Soka. There's actually a really good video on YouTube that I kind of got this flight. I kind of stole it from this. From them. I forget who the aviation enthusiasts are, but it's a couple that have a YouTube channel. And they did this route. And service doesn't look that busy. But there are people that do connect to these islands. Some people go direct, you know, from either Miami or Montreal to Cayenne. Check it out on YouTube. You can type in Air France Caribbean flight or something, and it'll pop up, and you'll see them. It's definitely like one of those milk run routes. Pretty strange, if you ask me. It's a strange route. Air France operates some A320s, you know. Takeoff config is good. I've just been waiting for this airport to arrive in the sim. Originally SLH sim design or SLH design. We made it for 2024. I had reached out to them in September, I think, maybe August, in regards to their release of that airport. For 2020, they had said that they were a couple weeks out, but I think they just waited for 2024 to come out and then released it for 2024 first. And then just before Christmas, we got it for 2020. I wasn't flying this in 2024, man. I'm telling you, it would have been a terrible experience. Pointe-à-Pitre traffic, Air France 604, backtracking, runway 12 for departure. Yeah, GSX added wing walkers. They're like wing hovers, you know? They're just hovering with the speed of the aircraft. It's crazy. Some crazy shit. I don't know. GSX, fix that, please. God damn. God damn. Nothing from the left, nothing from the right. Again, short flight, about 20 minutes on this route, and then a little bit of a longer route going down into South America, or some people would say the Caribbean, to French Guyana. I don't know. Is it Caribbean? Is it South American? I don't know. I think it's South American. Look at the runway textures too. Love it. SLH Sim Design does a fantastic job. You might have to update GSX. I think I do. It's been a minute. Been a hot minute. Should we speed it up? I gotta say, these are, like, with the light reflecting off of the runway here, some of the most realistic textures I've seen in terms of runway textures from any airport developer. I don't know if YouTube's doing justice right now. The winds are, I think, 100 at 12 currently. 090 at 11. .090 at 11, ladies and gents. And it's a straight on out departure. We're going to go to Hadlow, and then we'll start a right turn south. And then, yeah, it's, like I said, a relatively short flight. Let's get ourselves lined up here. Not too shabby. We're relatively lined up. Let's go ahead, stop the aircraft there. Let's get the rest of our lights on. We'll get these guys on, those guys on, this guy's on. Ladies and gents, enjoy the departure. Throttle's going up 50%. Took a long nap on that flight in. Hey, no worries. No worries. And flag 67, SRS runway auto blue. Maintain that center line. Knots, we're neutral. And V1 and rotate. Positive rate of climb. You're going up. It's going to be a night landing into Soka? I don't think so, man. We should be getting there into there around 6 p.m. Maybe. Because I think we're going to get into there around 6 p.m. I'm hoping not. You guys know how much I love night flying. Beautiful departure coming out of here. Beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and throw the autopilot on. And we're going to get these throttles over to the climb detents. Because I want to look at some wing views here. Bring you guys back up top. Those are not, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Sorry, I had to take in the views. Sorry. Let's pay attention here. Let's be good pilots. Laps 1. Transition is going to be 9,000. It's almost like departing out of Antigua. Almost. Beautiful departure. We should be starting that right-hand turn any moment. Those sounds, I'm fucking telling you. I'm telling you. There's that beautiful right-hand turn. The airport down in the background there. I don't know, you guys tell me, isn't that pretty cool? Highly recommend all of the flight streamers, simmers to do this route. Highly recommend. How's the volume? How's the game volume? Do I need to turn it up? Should I lower it? Back inside here. Right. This time we hit the chrono button. There's 9,000. Standard pressure sets. And we'll continue to watch this bird fly on out of here. Beautiful. Sorry, I was muted there. I was muted. I'm talking the whole time I was muted. The next flight's about 2 hours long. So I don't know. Do we continue on the last leg in the one live stream? Or do we make it into a separate live stream? You guys tell me. We probably won't get into French Guiana probably till around 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. You guys tell me. I didn't realize it's a lot longer of a flight than I anticipated. Should be okay. I mean, we can let's say another 3 hours. Another 3 hours or so. Top of dropping about 40 miles. We'll go ahead and start planning. Enter our destination data. What do we got here? Clever Trevor, what's going on? ×2 sim rate. I'm good, Clever Trevor. I mean, we could do that, but how do you even do that? Don't you need like an app or something? QNH 1015. Temperature 28 degrees. The winds are 110 at 16. Hell yeah, brother. Trans level is 9,000 feet. We're going to plan for the ILS Zulu runway 10 approach. 3:30 on the mins. We're still flying on VATSIM, so we're on Unicom. We'll go auto brake. No, we good. Auto brake low. We good. We gotta see, where did the aircraft park? Aha. All right. Going to the McDo, it's in maintenance, I think. Nah. I think we'll just wing it out. Oh, is this any builds? Which one? The aircraft? No. Nothing is any builds. It's the Fenix A320. And we're flying into Tropical Sims, Fort de France. That's what we're flying into. I'm not a big fan of Tropical Sim, I'm gonna be honest. Gotta take a dump in the lab. No worries, man. Don't forget to wash your fucking hands, eh? Don't forget to wash your hands. Yeah, no, I've seen a couple streamers try the sim rate thing, accidentally hit a keybind. Things just go missing. Sim rate is definitely in the McDo. I think we'll just wing it out. I'm having issues with OBS today. I'm having issues with bitrate, all of that stuff. So I don't want to. If we're gonna do this, I don't want to have any troubles. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have any troubles. But beautiful part of the Caribbean, I'm telling you, these are some of the most beautiful islands you'll ever see. I think right now, in real world, I think this flight is on its way to Cayenne. Pretty sure. Yeah, it is. It's live. It's actually almost there. Scheduled to arrive in 46 minutes. Top of descent coming up in like a few miles. About 20 miles. We're going to be heading down to 2,000 feet. I wanted to drop on the SLH 10 pack today, but they don't accept PayPal. What do they have, a bundle of all their airports or something? Sunset over the Caribbean. Right? Right? Yeah, SLH, fuck man, their scenery. Top notch. Top notch. Highly detailed terminals. Ground textures. Mind you, their airports are a lot smaller. They're not like really big ones, but great on performance. Their scenery is priced, I think, reasonably good for the value that you get. Unlike coming into any tropical sim airport, you're spending at the end of it €35 just to get a V2. 10 Caribbean airports for $40. Okay, I don't have every single SLH airport, but I'm going to look into that. What's that on? Sim Market? Is that on their website? About that. I'm a scenery holic. Yeah, me too. I got scenery that I've purchased that I haven't even flown into yet. I bought some scenery out in China. I was going to do some 777 ops out there. I haven't even flown into it. No. Haven't even flown into it. Just bought that pack yesterday, funny enough. Yeah. Definitely worth it. 10 airports for $40. It's a fucking steal. Beautiful clouds there. I'm using Rex Atmos as well. Try to help it, enhance some of the scenery a little bit. It looks very nice. Rex Atmos, I highly recommend. I know some streamers don't really fuck with it. Captain Canada, he's like, you don't really need it. Definitely changes everything. 100%. Top of drop coming up. Let's go ahead, start that top of drop right now. 2,000 feet. Let's get it. Any Builds has gone real quiet lately with the A350 content. Yep, I just got an email from them. If you guys are subscribed to Any Builds, I'm sure you guys got it too. They got some A350 content out there. Again. Apologize, I bite my nails. Any have just released a testing teaser. Yes. Yes, they have. Let's go ahead and plug in some fixes here. Video short. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out after the live stream. I'm excited for the A350, I'm not gonna lie. I hope it pans out to be everything that they've ever imagined with it. The Any Builds aircraft in 2024 is actually just really nice to fly. It's really enjoyable. A little bit buggy at times. I'm not a big fan of the A320neo. Don't like it. Not by Any Builds. Just want the airplane at this point. I hate when devs over preview their product. Like, I get it looks amazing, but just release it. Right? Like, what's the delay? You know? Is there a delay? I don't know. There may not even be a delay. Maybe they're just doing that to piss us off. Kind of wish there'd, you know, a little bit of ATC out here. Nothing at the moment. Nothing at the moment. I think they're trying to build hype around it. I mean, they don't need to. It's any builds. You know, gotta run. Have a great flight. Appreciate you, Clever Trevor. Always a pleasure, my man. Got the speed brakes out. We're slowing it down. We're slowing it down. Standard pressure set 1015, I believe. Yep. Sorry, altimeter set, not standard pressure. Altimeter set. The water looks very flat around here. I don't know if they touched these parts of the Caribbean when they did a Caribbean update or not. But the water looks very flat. Interesting. I bet it will be out by mid-February. That is my guess. They did say January, end of Jan, so hopefully, you know, hopefully. Go ahead and activate the approach phase. Everything else is all good to go here. We're going down to 2,000 feet. That's where we got to be. Trying to think of some flights in the A350 to do, man. Not really a long hauler guy. Maybe some short hops with Delta, you know. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Pretty sure I've flown into this airport as well on the channel. I think it was also in the ATR. I think we almost crashed coming in here. Pretty sure we almost crashed. I can't, to be honest, I don't really remember. Going in over here. Aircraft doesn't want to slow down, so we'll get the speed brakes out here. We'll get her slowed up. Delta does LAX to Detroit. LAX to Atlanta, Atlanta to Vegas. It's good to know. On the A350, that's really good to know. Some short ops, you know what I mean? I think maybe the longest flight we'll ever do is like Toronto to Vancouver or something. You know. Maybe we'll do another round out to Australia. We'll go Toronto to Sydney via Vancouver again or something. We'll do something wild like that. Speed's coming back. Beautiful. Let me go arm that Loke. Beautiful. Let's see. The little metropolis of Fort-de-France. Again, no traffic, no ATC, nobody here. We have the airport to ourselves. Gonna go ahead, flaps 1. Do you know if they're making the ULR version of the A350 or is it just the 900? No, I think it's the ULR. Pretty sure. Let's go ahead and arm that approach mode. Pretty sure. I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure they are. Laps 2. Get those speed brakes out before we start over speeding here. Thank you. Thank you very much. And runway turns, wing lights, nose lights over to the takeoff. We're about 9 miles. No traffic in front of us, no call-outs. Beautiful. Runway perfectly in front of us. One great thing about the Fenix aircraft, it does its fucking job. It does its job. It's flying the flight plan properly. There's no bullshit around it. I love the Fenix. The only airline that flies the A350 ULR is Singapore Airlines on their JFK to Singapore. That is a 20-hour flight. Yes, that is the longest flight in the world. Gear coming down. The longest commercial flight in the world. From time to time, I see it flying over top of Toronto. Laps 3. What's going on, Tyler? Perfect timing. We're just coming in. And flaps full. We're just coming into Fort-de-France. Again, tropical sim scenery. Not their biggest fan. I don't like how they do business. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Basically, you buy one of their sceneries, and then they do a V2, which is fine. And then they charge you, so they charge you premium for their scenery. It's like 18 euro. And then they charge you an additional 11 euro for the upgrade. Paying 29 euro for tropical sim scenery. Scenery right out of fucking P3D or fucking Flight Sim 20 or Flight Sim 2000. Sorry, they're just going on a rant. They just pissed me the fuck off. Gear down, 3 green, flaps are full. All of our lights are on. All we gotta do is get this fucking aircraft down. Pardon my French. Bonjour, bonjour, ladies and gents. Enjoy the arrival coming in. No traffic. Don't have to worry. Let's aim for another butter, shall we? It's a little gusty. This one is 110 at 16. Thousand feet. My aircraft. Does T-Mobile offer a discount for McDonald's employees? I don't know. No idea. It's 15 hours from Manila to Toronto. I guess that would be the longest flight that flies into Toronto. Yeah, and I don't know if they fly direct. They might. Philippines might fly direct. Or they might do, like, Manila to Toronto via Vancouver. remember seeing Philippines Airlines and I think it was Air France. 2 A350s parked in Toronto. Some
500.
aircraft maintenance issues. 500 check. Oh
100
boy, oh boy. Oh boy. What was that? Nice wind shift.
Minimum.
Continue. Thanks for the wind shift. Yeah, she's windy.
100.
She's gusting.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard.
Smashed her down. Reverse coming out. The aircraft just fell out of the sky. The aircraft fell out of the sky. What the fuck was that? Holy Hannah. 145, buddy. Negative 382. 70 knots. Reverser stowed. I promise you the aircraft fell out of the sky. Bring you guys back upstairs. Holy fuck. Okay. Appreciate it. We'll have to go back and review that one. How's your backs? How's your backs? I apologize for that one. Holy shit. Let's go ahead, get off here. That was not a good one. Double it and give it to the next person type. Wow. Company message. Chrono coming off. This guy, we're gonna reset this guy. Wowzers. Alright. We're gonna have to go to maintenance after that one. What do we want? We're gonna go, I guess, Papa 5. I don't know if we can get Papa 5. Let's see. There. Holy shit. I don't know, the winds shifted there. The winds shifted. And then it was too late. It fucking just went. And I flared that shit. Couldn't do nothing about it. Welcome down to Fort de France. Pretty sure this is the second time I almost died coming in here. Damn. "28 minutes and 5 seconds. And we're gate 5. Don't know if the jetways work here or not. And was that a bounce? No bounces. But holy smokes. This is how great tropical sim scenery is. Look at that French flag. Look at it blowing in the fucking wind. This is worth 20 euro? Come on, man. Sorry, guys. Not a fan of tropical sim at all. Look at the windows. SLH Sim Design needs to do one real quick. Pilot Air, Sam 1000%. Fucking Pilot Air, holy smokes. Holy smokes. That was a good one. Market brake coming on, APU bleed coming on. Let's get the engines off. There we go. Seatbelt lights coming off. Fuel pumps coming off. Beacon light coming off. I don't know if we can deboard here. Let's see what happens.
Deboarding requested.
Jetways, are they going to connect? They're connecting. 100%. Like, this scenery is so fucking trash. First of all, look at the quality of that flag. Sorry, I don't trash developers on stream, but I mean, come on. The fuck are we doing? Charging. We want to sit here and charge fucking, you know, 20 euro, and then you want to do a V2 update, which is the same minus terminal, like the interior. Like, look at the trees. Right? What the fuck is that? And then you want to charge another 11 euro on top of that.
Passengers boarding started.
You know? Not a scenery that I recommend buying. I don't recommend anything from Tropical Sim. Alright, let me get the sounds down. We're going to do a quick inspection of the aircraft, and then we'll head on out to our final destination, Soka, Cayenne, French Guiana. It's going to be a great flight. It's a 2-hour flight, ladies and gents. Yeah, this is like FSX scenery, for fuck's sake. Not good scenery. Not good scenery. See, look, if you've purchased Fort de France, you are entitled to the special upgrade price of €12.49 only. It's €17 for this fucking airport. No offense. Sunset for Soka is 6:35 p.m. local time. Yeah, we're pushing it. We're pushing it. I'm hoping it's not going to be a night landing. Here, you know what? I got an idea. This is how badly I want to be on the ground in fucking Fort de France. This is how much I want to be down here right now. Let's go ahead, load up sim brief, and we'll load up our request boarding. Beautiful. Boarding requested. Let's get my cam back up here. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and import our next flight plan. Beautiful. There we go. Port de France over to Cayenne, French Guyana. Load up the aircraft instantly. Send that off. Fan-fucking-tastic. Sell the scenery for €20 and the fucking flag doesn't even blow in the wind. You get that shit with Sim Add-ons. Sim Add-ons has the flags blowing in the wind, bro. What are we doing? And we're still Air France 604, by the way. It's the same call sign. Come over to the unit tab here. Terrible arrival coming in. Terrible airport. I want to get out of here. Air France 604. Cost index is 15. And we're cruising up. It's showing 23,000 feet. That can't be right. Let me re-edit that.
Do you want to board crew? Pilots boarding starting.
Gonna redo all of this. Beautiful. 32,000 feet. $9.3 on the block fuel. Everything looks good there. Beautiful. We're departing off of runway 10 on the Boru to Romeo departure. And in French Guyana, we're going to plan the ILS Zulu 08 approach. And they didn't give us a star. I don't know which one to take. We'll take this one. We didn't get a star coming in, so. Let me look at my flight plan here. Perfect. We good. We good. Move to the perf tab. Let's go ahead and sync in our performance numbers.
Your crew has boarded.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Load up that secondary flight plan once again. Not that I want to come back here. That is all set. All of that looks good. We're still squawking 2,000. There's no altitude given. We'll just go up to 32,000 feet. S'il vous plaît. Kill that guy. And now we're just waiting. Now we are just waiting. Let's see if this is still working. I think it is. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. We'll get loaded up. We'll get on out of here. We'll go ahead and close those, close the cargo doors. We're done fueling. Get those guys on. I'll be right back and run upstairs quickly. Holy fucking messages. There we go. We'll accept one. Again, this flight's about 2 hours long. So, I don't know, it's 4:45. Looks like we're going to get a night arrival coming in. Don't know what the night lighting looks like out in Soka, but definitely it's a new airport by SLH Sim Design. I'm sure everything's going to be close to perfect. And we'll forget that landing coming in here too. We'll forget that landing. I don't want to come back here unless there's some good scenery. Not interested. Sorry. We look at these palm trees where we are right now in 2025 with this sim and that flag. Bruh. That's all I gotta say is bruh. I'll be buying no fucking tropical sim scenery. Looks like the terminal has algae growing on it or something. Anyway, let's go ahead and prepare for push.
We are ready for pushback.
Bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça va? Yes, sir. Tyler Rocks. This is the last flight on this short haul Air France Caribbean route. This is the last one. I have a problem with MSFS. When I start a game with the 777, it appears directly on with the engines running at full speed. Do you have a solution? Sorry, man. I'm not a diagnostician for Microsoft Flight Sim issues. The only thing I can really tell you, just maybe delete the aircraft, reinstall, or the sim. One of the two. If it's aircraft related, maybe reach out to PMDG. They can troubleshoot everything for you. But I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you very much. My dog's looking at me all sad. She stepped in dog shit. I cleaned her paws. But she's one of those princess dogs, you know? She doesn't like... You know, she doesn't like to lay on the floor without a blanket. She doesn't like certain things. She stepped in dog shit and she got all pissed off. She didn't want to walk. None of that. Yeah, I guess it's safe to say we'll push back right there. Remove chocks. Removing chocks.
Release parking brakes.
Parking brakes released.
Commencing push.
Engine start switch.
All engines
Going
clear.
over. Engine number
Started.
2. Spooling up engine number 2. Oh, he's walking. Finally. Like this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're not hovering anymore. It's just dog shit. Clean you. Dog's hilarious, man. Dog is hilarious. Engine number 1. Let's get it started.
Set parking brakes.
Brakes
And
are
locking gear.
set. There's our beautiful tropical sim lighting. I didn't even know that they had lighting at this airport. APU bleed coming off, master switch coming off, nose lights over to takeoff. We'll swoop that guy over. We are flapping 1, down 0.3. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Tow truck disconnected, bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Left is clear, right is clear. We'll go ahead and... I don't know, did they give us a go-to here? Let's go ahead and get parking brakes off. Set parking brakes immediately. Restart the Quadrant, and we're out of here, friends. Throttle's going up. Definitely going to be a night arrival into Soka. I agree. I agree. It is what it is. This is live time, live weather as well. We got our wing lights on, runway turn lights can come on as well. Different ops in the nighttime, you gotta have a little bit more lighting on. Signs are not on. Now they are. Take Lima as far down as we can. We're going to backtrack onto the runway. Now once we get airborne, past 10,000, I'm going to step away for a little bit. We'll still be in chat. I just won't be on cam. Get those strobe lights on. What a great day of flying. What a great day of flying. A very unique route, too, for those aviation enthusiasts. South America looks like shit at night, unfortunately. Yes, it does. Yep. Not a lot of updates out there. In the sim. We're talking about in the sim. We're not talking about in real life. But we're going to be coming right off of the ocean, and then within minutes we'll be in Cayenne. So we're not going to see much of South America. The majority of this flight is going to be over the ocean. Which way do I turn around? Okay. Go this way. Alright, we're going for it. Throttle's going up 50%. And flag 61 SRS runway auto blue. Let's see what we can do here. I can see pieces of our landing gear from our arrival on the runway. There, 80 knots. We're neutral. V1 rotate. Positive rate of climb. You're going up. Throttle's over to climb. Laps up. Start that right turn. And autopilot coming on. Bring you guys back upstairs here. Webcam coming off. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and get that guy on. Not a bad little departure. Yeah, she's definitely dark outside. She's definitely dark outside. I don't think we're going to get any ATC coming in, so put the tunes up. Standard pressure is set. And we got about 2 hours ahead of us here. There's 10,000 feet. Get these guys off. Ladies and gents, I'm going to let the aircraft fly up. We have no ATC on at the moment. I'm going to go take the dog outside. Oh, look, there's an airplane coming in. There's an airplane coming into Fort de France right now. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I'm going to go take the dog outside. I'll be back shortly. I'll still be in the chat. My girlfriend's going to be home soon with my son. My daughter's, she's just upstairs, you know. I'm going to go check up on her as well. And I'll be back shortly, ladies and gents.
Martinique 914, South America Control, later contact.
Alright. Still got a long way to go. Hella dark. Hella fucking dark. Guess we'll turn some of this down. Got a little bit of ATC online. Coming into South America. Some centers online. But we won't get to contact them for the next little while.
Martinique 914, you are inside my airspace and you are later contact.
I don't know what he said there. I don't think I'm inside his airspace. It's kind of weird. They have control. This one guy is controlling the whole upper part of South America, and he's only to be contacted between
Martinique 914 again.
flight level 2, 24,500 feet and upwards. Anything sort of below that is going to be Unicom. So first time experiencing that. It's going to be a little bit different. There's no ATC online in
my airspace covers Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, and America Center, Central America. Only above level 240 or unless ATC connected. So right now I'm not covering Central America, but the rest of the countries are covered. And you are right now at Barranquilla Center, which is included in my airspace.
I don't know who he's talking to. I don't think he's talking to me. But, yeah, it's pretty cool. You know? He's covering the whole upper part of South America. And, yeah, you contact him between flight level 245 and I think it's up to 60,000 feet. Anything below that is Unicom. Don't think we're going to get any other ATC online, so we're a little bit of ways away from him as well. And we got another about, I would say, another hour or so until top of descent. Actually, we'll have a look here. Top of descent, 400 miles, so yeah, put another 55 minutes till top of drop. Not much to see outside, like I said. Majority of this flight's over top of the ocean. Sun's already down. It's going to be a night landing. Yeah. You know how much I love night landings.
somebody who can save me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. 'Cause I've been all by myself. Got no
Dude, there's nothing to see out here.
help ease my mind.
Nothing.
Feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only.
There's no mainland in sight. There's nothing. Flying into the abyss. Top a drop in about another 38 minutes. We got a little bit of ATC coming in. We got... No, he's offline. Never mind. We did have some ATC. We had South American Control North. Never flown in this airspace before. But you had to contact him about flight level 245, but he's gone. That's what's scary about the ocean at night. It's all black. Yeah. Nothing in sight. We are coming up on the coast of South America. Literally, Guyana is off to our I would say, south, or left wing. It's right out here. Not much going on in here, eh? Let's get some lights on, though. We gotta... Where's the floodlights? Let's get that guy on. Let's get that guy on. Crazy. So I'm gonna probably disregard all of this crap. Vector ourselves right in. I'll leave it for now. We'll wait to see if we get any ETC. In a boat? Imagine that in a boat. That'd be crazy. Doesn't even look like the stars are moving, but they are moving. You look at the top of the screen, you can see them kind of disappear and go away. This one up here is probably a planet. You guys can't see. Yeah, you can see that. It's one of the things I most enjoy with Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is flying at night. It's really nice, you know. Everything that 2020 needed is in 24. It's just the simulator doesn't work at the moment.
in the clouds, got you wrapped around her fingers. She's not scared about
I don't know, how many more minutes till we get to see some mainland, do you think? Probably another 30 minutes at least. We have another Air France flight that just departed Cayenne. Headed up to Fort-de-France. No, I think the longest one was like 9 hours. Did the Air Transat flight to Santiago. But technically my longest one is 22 hours, but of course YouTube took it down. Yeah, man. 6 hours, 13 minutes, man. We're almost there. Almost there. Top of the set, probably in another 20-ish minutes. We had some ATC. We no longer have ATC. So this probably could have been I guess a stream where we could have used BeyondATC or something. Just to have a little bit of ATC, you know, kind of talking in the background. The one that YouTube took down, so I didn't know YouTube has a stream limit. You can only live stream consecutively for 11 hours and 55 minutes. Anything past that, the stream stays live, but YouTube does not upload it as a video. So I didn't know that. I did when the 777 came out by PMDG. My first stream in it was Toronto to Sydney via Vancouver. And it was 22 hours long, and just to find out that couldn't upload it, and I had no idea. Pavel, what's going on? Appreciate you tuning back in. Hey, isn't it like fucking 3 in the morning where you are? Oh shit, I could see some land coming up. Yeah, I know, man. It was a good live stream too. But, yeah, I had no idea. I think on Twitch you can stream up to like 48 hours or something like that. Well, I fell asleep and you're still streaming? Yeah, man. We're doing this this island hopper route, so we're finally headed to our last destination. We're not too far away. We're not too far away. Yeah, man. We're almost in French Guiana, in Cayenne. JFK to, what is that, London? You mean London Heathrow? LHR, I think. It's a good little 6-hour trek. LHW? I don't know what LHW is. I'll be honest, I'm not super comfortable flying on VATSIM transatlantic. God forbid I do something wrong. I don't know the code. Do you mean London Heathrow? Up over there in the UK, bruv. I want to do some transatlantic flights, so I want to do Halifax to Heathrow in the MAX, Air Canada. It's a nice 5.5 hour flight. I haven't done many flights transatlantic. I've done a couple of them. One of them I did. Sorry, both flights I did transatlantic from Canada to Europe. There was no controller online crossing the Atlantic there, but I did do a VATSIM event. It was one of the Spanish islands up to the Azores Islands, and that was pretty good. But I forgot the process. Yep, yeah, we're still flying, bro. It is a black screen. There's nothing in front of us. It's just dark ocean, man. Hella dark, bro. Look, this is where we are. You can track me on VATSIM too. Air France 604. See where I'm at. I could. But we're keeping live time. No worries, Pavel. Enjoy the rest of your night, buddy. Good luck at school. Maybe later check back in and watch me smash down in Cayenne. Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thank you. Should be on maybe late Sunday afternoon. It's 8:21. 2 hours ahead. Type in the Discord the FPM numbers. Or are you asking Pavel? Yeah, Pavel is out in... what country are you in, Pavel? I forgot. Is it Romania? Can't remember what country you said you're in. Russia? If it's 1:21 in the morning, he's got to be like Eastern Europe.
What's your story? What's your sign? It's like we're twin flames in a different life.
Yeah, let's try to erase this landing here. Negative 382. 1.2 Gs. No bounces, but that was a... I don't know what to say about that landing. The aircraft literally fell out of the fucking sky. And there's Air France 601 headed back to Martinique. It's 5,000 feet above me.
What's your weakness? What's your type? Somehow I wanna know all about you.
Bulgaria, that's it.
Lights a spark. You already know me. Dance in the dark. We're dreamers. We're living. We're dreamers. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all.
Oh yeah, I think you want us to do a flight up into Sofia. What's going on, A10? Later, Pavel. Sorry for keeping you up. This is going to be the last Airbus stream for the next little while. We're going to be headed into the... I mean, we'll see when Boris releases that sound pack for the 737, for the PMDG 737, but I think we'll be back in the MAX. Possibly in Europe. Most likely Africa. I have some flights I want to do in Africa. I want to do Nairobi to Addis Ababa with the Ethiopian MAX 8. You're on a 3-hour drive, A10? Not a boy. So you wear your seatbelt. Almost there, not quite. Still can't see shit. Ann Arbor to Muskegon. I've been to Ann Arbor. I did some automotive training in Ann Arbor. It's a nice little community outside of Detroit. Very rich. Big homes out there. How's the weather out there, A10? You guys got a lot of snow? That's not good. Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of snow coming tomorrow. I don't know how much snow we're going to get here. But I know you guys get blasted out there. Winter isn't wintering. Not here. We got a little bit of snow. Alright, there's no ATC on. I'm just going to vector myself. We're going to clean up some of this garbage. The winds are 060 at 8, so we're going to plan for the ILS runway 08 approach, but I don't want to do all of that. I don't want to do all of that, so... we'll direct Icaro. Beautiful. We'll insert that. And that leaves us, you can see, 54 miles till top of descent now. So we'll get there much earlier. We'll plug in some information here. QNH 1013, temperature 27. The winds are 060 at 8. Transition is 3,000 feet. Play level 030. Mins are going to be 268 on the ILS. Fantastic. I'm not sure if they use CTAF here. Auto brake will set that to low. And I have no idea where we're parking. Guess maybe we'll go Terminal 1 or something. It's hot. In Ann Arbor? Come on. Pull my leg. It's not hot. It's a little warm. You know, we're gonna warm up the next couple days, and then we're gonna go to a high of -13 next week. Celsius. I don't know, what is that in Fahrenheit? 0? 10? Still don't see any land. I have a feeling we're landing on water. Car rides make you fall asleep, eh? Top of descent coming up. 30-ish miles. It's a long stream today, ladies and gents. I really hope the night lighting around this airport is nice and bright. Soka is really far away from Florida. Straight flight though, probably, I don't know, 3 hours? 3.5 hours maybe? Maybe 4 hours? I know a flight from Toronto to Port of Spain. I know Port of Spain's a little bit more north, but Toronto to Port of Spain is about 5 hours. But definitely with these legs, I mean, it's dragging on, right? I can only imagine doing the Alaska Milk Run. That's another flight I want to do, but I might have to do that one in 2 separate videos. I feel like from going up from Seattle up to Anchorage, stopping in at Juneau and Ketchikan and all that, fuck. It's going to make like a 10 hours live stream. But I want to see some real streamers do this flight. Whether it's from Cayenne up to Miami or Montreal, I want to see them do it. Finally, we got a good Soka. I was thinking too, I want to do like a little trip around the world. I'm not sure like what destinations I would go to, but just had this thought. Maybe do a live stream with it. Operate like an Air Canada Max 8 across the world. Four hours and 33 minutes. Damn. That's almost a long haul in itself. The stream's going to go on about 7 hours long, so it's going to be my second longest one on the channel. And 7 miles from top of drop. Go ahead, and we'll drop it. Finally on descent, coming in. Get rid of the tunes. Watch your ears, ladies and gents. Beauty. I have to say though, flying out in Florida is probably one of my favorite places to fly. I have a lot of scenery out in Florida. I'm going to buy some more scenery. We have 24 hours of Daytona happening next week. So I definitely want to do a flight out into Daytona. There's only a couple flights you can really do. Avelo operates some 737s into there from, pretty sure from Atlanta. Maybe from White Plains too, I'm not sure. But yeah, I got pretty much everything out in Florida. I love flying in Florida. Way more than I like flying out in the western part of the United States, to be honest with you. And we can see some land coming up. Transition's 3,000 feet. Just a little FYI. You can see the coastline. Possibly some of the beaches. I have no idea. But we're coming up the coastline. It's one thing that 2020 lacks is the lighting. The SLH Soka is really well modeled. I was flying the drone camera around it just now and it looks amazing. It absolutely does, man. It absolutely does. Price reasonably good too. It's a great developer. I highly recommend supporting them. They're very responsive too. You need to reach out to them on Instagram or Discord. Very responsive. They just got to do Port of France. Hopefully they'll get that one taken care of. That's Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. It's the airport we just came from. Hopefully that'll get rid of any tropical sim stuff. They got, I think they do St. Lucia as well. Or St. Kitts. I think it's St. Kitts. We'd love to see them do Port of Spain. That would be cool too. I think Port of Spain is done by Final Approach Simulations or something. It's expensive, you know, for what you get. I think it's like, I don't know, 25 Canadian dollars or something like that. It's pretty pricey for what you get, but yeah, man. SLH should do anything Caribbean. They could probably do any airport. But the Caribbean scenery needs some love, man. Final Approach Trinidad or Port of Spain it's not a bad looking scenery either. Grab it when it's on sale. Keep the webcam off just because I can't see the backlighting on in the nighttime. It's like VNAV is hunting again, so get out those speed brakes, let the aircraft kind of settle. No idea what we're looking at out here. VATSIM has taken to many places that I've never been in my entire life. I know, man. You can come to places like this. Get to fly anywhere. Another flight I want to do too on stream. I want to fly to Antarctica. I just don't know. There's a couple sceneries out there. I just don't know which one to grab. And I'm pretty sure you can fly from Cape Town, and then I'm pretty sure you can fly from somewhere in Australia. Is it Brisbane to Antarctica? But I don't know if there's scenery doing those routes. It's one place. It's the only continent I haven't flown into yet in this sim. It's Antarctica. The furthest south I've gotten was I've flown into Ushuaia. I don't know if you know where Ushuaia is. It's in the south part of Argentina. It's like the second most southernest airport in the world. There's another international airport just south of it, literally just south of it, in Chile. That is considered the most southernest airport in the world, but yeah, Ushuaia is the furthest Antarctica I've flown into. Is it really? Even with the scenery? Like with the payware? Or are you talking about like the terrain? I mean, I'd still go, man. I'd still fly. Maybe a 787 out there or an A330. Still down for it. Just worried about the scenery. There are some terrain issues down there. Got you. Well, that sucks. See, in 2024, I'm sure all of this would sort of be lit up better. You know? Pretty sure this is where we're going. Looks like a little city. 10,000 feet. Let's get these puppies on. Wing lights. We'll get those puppies on as well. You stick to the McMurdo station area, you'll probably be okay, but anything beyond that, you might have issues. And which part of the continent is that? McMurdo station. Let's see. I'll have to look into it later. Really? There's some. I thought there was some good scenery. I thought Aerosoft or somebody did some scenery out there. Speed brakes out. We're descending at 3,000 feet per minute, trying to get back on the VNAV. We have a restriction coming up, 220 at Kukov. That's about it. Keep those speed brakes out. We got to maintain below 250. And landing system, we'll turn that bad boy on as well. Rudder Station is about 2,400 miles away from Christchurch, New Zealand. Okay, so it's on that part of the hemisphere. I have a feeling it's gonna be a rough landing coming in. I hate flying in the dark. I hate it. Introduce some flaps. Arm that localizer. See what happens. Looks like we're gonna overspeed, maybe not. There's Loke. Alarm the approach button. There's glide slope coming in. And we'll get our lights on here. No traffic coming in. Yeah, we're the only ones coming in. About 10 miles out. There's the airport in front of us. Get out those speed brakes. And altimeter set. 1013. I love how the Airbus reminds you to switch it over. I love that. And flaps too.
$2,500.
Gear coming down. We're on those ground spoilers. It's amazing how you're this close to land, but it's still so dark. Fucking hell. Missed approach altitude, what do we have? I think it's... I'm at 2,000. Beautiful, we're already preset. Laps 3. And this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Laps full. Gear down 3 green. Flaps are full. We lit upstairs. We're all lit upstairs. Oh boy. It's hard to land in the nighttime in this sim. Find it easier to land in the nighttime in 2024. And it's fucking dark out here. Won't end up in the jungle. Oh, brother. I might ride this one till about 500 feet above. I'm so disoriented flying right now because it's just there's nothing to like see. You know what I mean? Other than there's a couple pappy lights down there, but other than that, fuck. Enjoy the arrival. Catch y'all on the ground. Time to get disoriented. Should I take it at 1,000 feet? Should I make it spicy? I'll make it spicy. Fuck it. We're gonna fly. My aircraft.
1,000.
Gear down 3, green flaps are set, ladies and gents. The winds, they're winding. They are winding. Coming in a little short here. We don't want to land in the jungle. So we don't want to clip no trees. Go back on it.
$500.
There's like no runway lights. There we go. One white again. Let's bring her back up. We don't want to get too low. Getting a phone call.
100 above.
Getting a phone call. 10-4. I'll call you back. I'll call you back.
Minimum.
Continue. We're good.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Come on. Reverse. Coming out. We were straight. We were straight. I'll take it though. I don't know what happened. We slid off there. First screen. $70 knots. Reverser stowed. Ladies and gents, welcome down into the French Guiana. I don't know, do I keep going? Is there a taxiway? No, we passed all the taxiways, so we gotta spin around. It was going to be a good landing. Felt good. Very tough to land in the dark. Clean up the flaps. Go ahead. Ground spoilers. Chrono coming off. 1 hour 56 minutes. And what gate should we get? Gate 1? Welcome to Soka. We will be taxiing for a few minutes. We would like to remind you that bags have been shifted during landing. Thank you for flying Air France. Have a wonderful evening. Holy fuck. Honestly, the landing felt good, and then we just got blown away. Couldn't see the runway. I don't know. Excuses. I think we gotta go here. Let's get that guy off, that guy off, that guy off. Actually, we'll keep this guy on. No idea where I'm going. No idea. But if I do this, I can do this. Okay. Really nice looking terminal too. I have no idea how to park this. I think we're going like this. Performance is a little shisty right now. The only salvageable landing of the day was in Pointe-à-Pitre. Gotta say. This is a nice looking terminal. Market break coming on. Did I spool up the APU? I certainly did. Let's go ahead and kill the engines. Fuel pump's coming off. Fan-freaking-tastic. Let's see if this works.
Deboarding requested.
Deboarding requested. And let's open up these guys because we're going to get yelled at. I'm trying. Beautiful, ladies and gents. Beautiful. Well, there we have it. Cool little flight. You know, do some Air France Island ops here. All the way down to beautiful Cayenne International Airport. I think it's Cayenne Eboué. Cayenne Félix Eboué International Airport. Pretty cool flight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me today on this 7-hour live stream. And I'll catch y'all in the next one, ladies and gents. We're pushing for a late Sunday afternoon live stream. We'll see how things go. But until then, take care, ladies and gents. Catch you in the next one. Peace!